Some say the perfect game doesn't exist, but we beg to differ. Step inside our world and see what the ace-8 poker experience is all about. It might just surprise you. Whether you're at home, on the run, or in the middle of an adventure, you'll always have a seat at our tables. Discover the thrill of ace-8 poker on mobile or PC and find the perfect game for you, wherever life takes you. Ace-8 poker, made to play.
Have you ever wondered how some players consistently win at sit-and-goes? I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 tips for crushing sit-and-goes. Tight is right. Your goal with sit-and-goes is finishing in the top 1/3 of the field. And 9 max, that's top 3, and 6 max, that's top 2. Achieving this goal means playing a tight pre-flop strategy and avoiding unnecessary confrontation, so you give yourself a better chance to finish in the top 1/3 of the players. Know the payout structure. When playing sit-and-goes, it's important to pay attention to payout structures, as they can drastically impact your ranges. In 6 max, 3-handed would mean you're on the bubble, and the next person out receives nothing. Payouts there are 70, 30, 0. In 9 max, the bubble occurs with 4 left. Payouts there are 50, 30, 20, 0. It's important to recognize the difference between each potential ladder. In the previous examples, there were 3 pay jumps, 10, 20, and 30%. Our ranges will be different in each spot because the risk of busting the tournament is worth different amounts of equity. Understand how to play push-fold. As the blinds go up in a sit-and-go, stacks get shallower, and ultimately the game often turns into push-fold, where the majority of your decisions are simply boiled down to, should I go all in, or should I fold? Many players think this is all luck, but there's actually a ton of skill involved that centers around push-fold. It's not only about how good your hand is, but how often your opponent folds. The more they fold, the more hands you can shove, as you're more likely to win the pot without showdown. There are many programs you can use to calculate exact ranges based on your hand and opponent's tendencies. Study these, so you're prepared when you find yourself in these situations. Bubble play. The bubble is arguably the highest equity spot in a sit-and-go. At that point, you'll be in one of 3 situations: short stack, middle stack, or chip leader. If you're the short stack, the good news is that you have the least amount of equity and can play a bit looser. You still want to make the money, but realize you're more likely the next one out, so you're freer to take risks and try to get yourself in a better position to cash. Congrats if you've chipped up to a middle stack. Your prize is discomfort. You've got to play tighter now because other players at the table are more likely to be forced into an all-in confrontation, which would allow you to make the money. If you're the chip leader, well, this is where the fun begins. As chip leader, you'll want to put pressure on the other stacks, specifically the middle ones who realize what's at stake. In the right circumstances, you can add a significant amount of chips to your stack by bullying the table. Volume. I was a professional sit-and-go player for more than half a decade. Take a wild guess how many sit-and-goes I've played in my lifetime. The answer? 287,000. Playing multiple tables at once can help you put in this volume. When I started out, I was one-tabling, and ultimately got up to playing 35 tables at a time. My advice for anyone trying to add tables would be to do it slowly, perhaps at a lower than normal buy-in, and get comfortable with the speed required to make the decisions and click the buttons before adding more. So there you have it, the foundations of a solid sit-and-go strategy. With a good understanding of these concepts and plenty of practice, you can start to crush multiple tables at a time and develop a solid win rate. What part of sit-and-go strategy do you struggle with the most? Let me know in the comments below.
Tonight we're playing a sit-and-go. This is gonna be my 3rd tournament, and, well, I hope gods will be on my side.
Welcome to Barcelona for the 888 Poker Influencer Sit and Go. We've got an all-star cast. 4 poker pros take on 2 chess influencers, Dina and Alex. Let's go.
Never before I experienced a poker tournament. That's why I'm very excited and nervous at the same time. They say chess players are also good poker players. I think I have a chance, even if I'm like a beginner. But it's okay, they don't know that.
My name is Aaron Baroni. I am 38 years old, and my nickname is abaroni68.
Have you got a name for tonight? Can you make one up, mate?
A name for tonight? Winner.
Alex in the big blind with a favourite hand. Ace real suit.
Rip his arms off.
Let's
go.
How much? Yes! 400?
No, 500 you pay.
500.
Well, Aaron's just
However, I would go.
Oh my god, it's cool. This is super risky because obviously, like, what do you do if you don't connect? Ooh, a little 3! We love to see it.
Okay, I go 1,000. Okay.
Yuppie.
Posición 4, apuesta 1000.
And Aaron's folded. She bet quite big, so Aaron just kind of has to fold.
I will just show this.
This chess player, who is amazing in chess, just 3-bet. Aaron Barone, light.
Made a good fold on the flop.
I'm very new to poker, a bit nervous, obviously. I'm like a chess player who has just learned how pieces move. Earlier today, I had a chance to challenge these poker ambassadors and professionals into a game of chess, and I could give them some tips. So tonight, I'm counting on them helping me.
I'm here to play a poker tournament, and the reason I'm in the game is I heard who was in the game. This is the softest lineup I have heard of for years. We've got 2 chess players in the field, which is great because I love chess, and we're not playing chess. So it's a bit like if they were good at DIY or speedboat racing. Completely irrelevant, so they have no hope.
Nick Wellfall is all in with a very good hand. I'd say it's above par.
I don't think a worse game.
If I was in your spot, would put the money in.
No, she has like 5.5 big blinds, 6 big blinds.
Yeah, so she probably just has to call them.
Yeah, she seems nervous. Look her
She
hands.
does.
Look her hands.
I think she's deliberately doing that though.
You made a
Get out of here.
You made a call all in with
Get out of
ace-8
here.
offsuit.
It's his fault. Did you lose? It's Aaron's fault. 100%.
There's an 8.
Oh my god.
Oh, look how happy she is.
I would be happy too.
If things went badly wrong, I blame one person only, and that person, I think he's called Aaron or something. If the new players don't win hands, then they wouldn't play poker, and so I'm happy to contribute to the greater good of the game. That said, I hope Aaron loses.
Hang on, let's see what I have. Let's see what I have. Let's see together. We can see together. Look at this. Look at this beauty.
David's folding. David's folding. He's folding.
I'm all in.
Over the past several years, Nick Wellthal and I have commentated on amateurs. Let's call them what they are. The feeble pros as they call them. Easty and Ian Simpson were so scared of us, they bowed out.
And Tuck with a pair of 3s.
Not deep enough to call here.
Can you do other things?
No, just going in the bit. Lucy has too early position, our hands too weak.
He's all in.
Wide odds, never mind.
It's not-
Tuck knows more than me, apparently.
I just wagered all of my betting biscuits. I'm very, very nervous. Don't want to get knocked out first. If I got knocked out first, it'd be really embarrassing.
Oh my days.
That would be funny though.
Dina playing very well so far, biding her time. Dina, aces. Ooh. Good fold, well played.
I can't get knocked out here then.
She had like ace-5 off.
I can't get knocked out?
Oh my god.
3s are good.
King 3.
What? Mamacitas.
How does that work?
No 3, but backdoor. We want to see the 4 of spades for the boys.
Deuce of spades. Okay. 4 spades does, deuce of spades.
Okay, 4 of hearts. It's a 4, it's not a spade, but there is a little duck ski available now.
Hey, do your thing.
And Vivian will
Do your thing, okay? He just winked at me. Bink!
Oh,
It's not a dink.
Dina into the final 3, Vivi.
She might win it.
I would love that.
I'm gonna try to use my disadvantage into an advantage. Basically, I'm gonna be so nervous and my face is gonna be so expressive that I just wish good luck to my opponents on reading what that actually means.
10-9 offsuit here. We're going for a raise. Dina's got a king. She's getting some close decisions. She's just in pain. She's going with the king. It's fair.
Oh, 3-way. And this can end now.
Lucia doesn't lose. Flips. 40, 60s.
9. There it is.
Nothing. She doesn't lose
No
anything.
sweat.
Yeah, it's just easy, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, I'm Lucia Navarro.
I wish I...
You know what I mean? Dead? I mean, that's just really good for Lucia, who has now got 88% equity to win the whole thing here. Dealer? Oh, my God.
Another 9.
What do you think it's like to be Lucia Navarro on a daily basis?
Yeah, I won! Woo! That was fun.
How was it playing against the chess pros?
I mean, they played really good because they only been playing like 2-3 times, so they did very well.
It was an awesome experience playing with chess pros. I think you can see the carryover between chess and poker is there, and the more experience they get, the more comfortable they're going to feel and the better they're going to play. Again, I fully expect them in the future to be a lot better, to be a lot more informed and just crush us.
My heart is still beating pretty high. I feel like this was one of the most challenging experiences in my life, and I survived, and I managed to keep my face even though I was asking a lot of questions. I honestly did not expect the environment to be so friendly and so welcoming. Like, literally my opponents, the guy sitting just next to me who I am supposed to attack, was helping me the entire way. And then I had to survive the poker game, which I did, and not only I did, but also I finished second, which is just like incredible. I feel so good right now, and I'm so much looking forward to actually learn the game and stop asking the questions about the chips.
Hey guys, Cavalito here, and we're gonna go through a hand that was played on 888 Live Barcelona last year. This hand was deep, final 2 tables, so it's gonna be a fun one. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and let us know what you think in the comments below. Now let's get into it. So we are playing big blind 8,000, 16,000, and then we get to the button and he has ace jack off. This is the powerhouse of a hand when everyone folded to the button. This is a very clear open. We get a quick fold from the small blind, and then the big blind has a very easy call with the pocket fives. They should do nothing different, just call because they're both very deep, and it's gonna be a disaster for both of them if they play a very big pot at this point. Sadly, for the player on the button, he's likely to play a very big pot because the flop is ace 5-4. When you have ace jack on the button and the big blind just calls, you pretty much have the nuts here, and even though it's final 2 tables, a lot of money should fly in. Big blind checks, which he should with the entire range, and then the button is gonna start putting money in the pot. He starts with the c-bet of 33,000. The big blind has kind of both options on the table. He can call and raise in a future street, or he can start raising and putting money now. The reason that he might choose to raise on the turn and not the flop is because this is a board that the button's gonna miss a lot, actually, because he's opening 50% of hands. But he decides to raise right now, and the button should continue with a call most of the time. He's not going anywhere with ace jack. If he raises again, the big blind is probably gonna fold his bluffs and continue with hands that beat ace jack, so ace jack just calls. And then the turn is the king of diamonds, which is a spicy card because, okay, the big blind has a set, but now flushes are possible for both players. So considering they're both big stacks deep in a tournament, they should try to check at some point this hand and not put all the money in the middle, because if all the money flies in here, probably it's gonna be a flush. So a set is happy, but not that much. Should keep betting though, which Remy does. Now that a flush is possible, as I said, it's a disaster if all the money goes into the middle. So pocket five should keep betting his hand for value, but if it was a king of spades, for example, he could go for a very big bet sizing, but since it's the king of diamonds, I don't expect the button to go anywhere. He's probably gonna call here and see the river and then reevaluate on the river. The button actually decides an interesting approach, which is a raise. I don't mind this play as much because it kind of stuns the big blind. If the button just calls, the big blind can keep betting. Ace jack can still be good here and take value from some flush draws, and some combo draws in general. And weaker ace x, I mean, it's very reasonable for the big blind to have a hand like ace 10, for example. I do like the raise in the sense that the button can check back the river, and a call is also perfectly fine. So I think the EV of both options here is going to be similar. It really depends on how you're going to navigate on the rivers, if you're going to have the discipline to fold, if you face another bet and that kind of stuff, if you are on the button. So I don't mind the raise here, and I think it's a perfectly reasonable play. The big blind checks on the river. The river is a deuce of diamonds, which is an awful card for both of them. I mean, it's a 4 flush board now. The big blind has more flushes than the button, but the button does have a lot of flushes himself. So both players have a lot of flushes here, and I would expect both of them to check and take their hands to showdown, but Laurila thinks different. He actually, wow, bets a very, very, very big bet. Wow, that is a very aggressive line. I mean, Laurila probably realized that his ace jack didn't have showdown value. There was a 4 flush there, and I mean, these guys are playing together for a long time, and he decided to put the pressure, and he got the snap fold from the set, which is reasonable because this is not a spot that we expect big stack versus big stack to put a lot of money in with a lot of bluffs. The part of the range that is beat by pocket fives is likely checking back on the river on the 4 flush, 3 straight cards. So this was a very creative play from Laurila. I wouldn't personally do it, but I mean, this is a good show that when you're deep in tournaments and you have a good read on your opponent, you can just go with your read and win a very big pot. So Laurila ended up being very creative and aggressive, and if I'm not mistaken, he ended up winning the whole thing. So sometimes you can just be creative and aggressive and trust your read, and good things will happen. So let us know what you think in the comments below. Would you have just called the turn in position? Would you have found this bluff on the river? I think this is a very interesting hand, and I want to know your opinion. I'm Alexandre Mantovani with 888 Poker. See you guys on the next one.
Hey guys, EC22 here in the wonderful city of Barcelona for 888 Live, and I am joined by the wonderful Lucia Navarro.
Hello, guys.
You've had a lovely week here in Barcelona, haven't you? Not just the city, but the poker, always.
That's true. I did very well. I think a bit better than you.
I mean, that is not the bar, but yes, you did do a bit better than me. And it's not just Lucia that's had a great week. We've been speaking to some of the players here at 888 Live in Barcelona for their experience in the main event. So let's go and head in and see what they had to say. So this is Yanis. He's originally from Latvia, but he's lived in Ireland for the last 20 years.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
And how does this stand out compared to other poker events you've been to?
I'm actually never play live.
Yeah.
So it's my first experience with that.
Having this been your first live event, you might want to go to more. Where would you go?
So when I came here, I think this be maybe my first and last. Now when I understood I want more.
You want more?
Yeah, yeah.
Estamos aquí con Pedro, más conocido como Muñeco, y es el ganador del circuito nacional de España. ¿Se hace difícil jugar al póker en una ciudad costera?
No, difícil no, porque siempre cogemos algún día libre para salir a la playa o a pasear o lo que sea.
¿Qué tal es la experiencia de jugar un evento de 888 Poker Live?
Hombre, la experiencia es muy buena, la verdad, y el ambiente que hay en el 888 Poker, pues es maravilloso, la verdad.
So obviously you're mainly here to play some poker. What is it specifically about 888 Barcelona? Because you've been here now 2 years in a row, is it?
Yep, 2 years in a row.
What makes you come back?
The range of binds are really good, and you have the balance between like turbo and kind of like the longer structures, depending on your game. And I think also for me, the venue here in Barcelona is like the best in terms of any other poker tournament I've been to. You can just obviously tell your bad beat story and then just go take the shirt off. What's better than that?
Estamos aquí con Albert Grané, que, bueno, ambos hemos conseguido entrar en premios. ¡Vamos! A mí me ha costado un poco más, pero tú vas bastante bien, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, hemos atizado un poquillo. La gente no se enteraba mucho e intentábamos abrir.
We are back. Here we go. Apologies, but we are now back in the mix. Yes, we are. Blinds are 612, halfway through level number 8.
And remember, just before we cut off, and I said the reason I back over 5.5 is because the bet's always on.
Yes.
Well, 0-0 at half time, it might be down.
Oh dear.
April the 19th for James Hill's wedding.
April the 19th, put it in the diary. It's in.
Carl spice up with a spicy free bet. They say off. Make it 8.5 to go, and Teddy here should be coming with 4 bet. Teddy just with the all-in. Going to be a snap fold from Carl.
Oh, that's true. That is true. Well, it's already started now, so I might as well carry on.
Not much really has changed in the 20 minutes.
Teddy's at the table now. And that's about it.
I do now.
So welcome back everybody. Give us a thumbs up that everything is back on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. Always nice to know that we are back. Halfway through level number 8. Missed 20 minutes, that's all.
Can't choosing to limp here under the gun. King 3. And then Teddy gets to check his option with 6-5 in the big.
Mr. McGaffers, coming away from YouTube, thank you very much. There's a Kev on Twitch. Just says shocking day on the football bets. Did anybody get a win?
Take that as a no.
Quiet here.
Call bet and flop, check, turn. 8 on the river. Does Teddy feel like he needs to bluff at this one now? With just 6 high. Does go for a little 4K. How's that for a king high call? Carl, with the king 3, looking like he's going to hero. And Teddy shows the 6 high, and king high is good for Carl. Throws on the cape.
Bougie says, Town and Jay, what part of England are we from? I live in Blackpool, originally from Rotherham in South Yorkshire.
I live in Birmingham.
And you're originally from?
Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire. And where's Boogie 202?
Is it not Buggy?
Boogie?
Would Boogie not be B-double-O?
Bougie?
Buggy? Bougie would be B-O-U.
Would it?
I'm pretty sure it's Buggy. I could be wrong.
Would that not be Bougie?
Well, Bougie, the song Bad and Bougie spelled B-O-U, so that's why.
But if you spell shout.
Shout.
S-H-O-U.
It's just English language, ain't it? We've had
If
this
you spell
conversation a
lout,
lot.
And then if there's a cider, M-O-U-T, it's moot. And if you spell cute, it's C-U-T-E. Rotherham did not win away from home from the 23rd month on the trot. We are 3 weeks away from 2 years. Woohoo!
So now I was watching Soccer Saturday while I had my break when Eastie was in, and apparently Swindon just as bad as you. They haven't won away in a year and a half or something. Swindon, 28 games, away games.
Well, no, we can beat that. You do not put Swindon and Rotherham United away from home on the coupon.
Okay, noted. But surely they've got to win eventually away from home. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
It's like Haaland this week in FPL. Surely eventually he's got a brick. Sooner or later. So sooner or later you'll see Rotherham win away.
But you know, if you had £1 on Rotherham to win away every away win, you'd be down £28 at the minute. To get £28 back at Rotherham United away from home, that'd have to be a decent price.
Yeah. You're not going to get 28s on them, are you?
No, unless they're at Liverpool.
So just a bet from Michael. Gets it through.
Yeah, Gary McGrath said Rotherham drew away from them. They drew away at the bottom team that haven't won a game all season. £159,000 in the prize pool. 18 minutes plus 1 level to go for buy-ins. Is Mukhtar still in? That I don't actually know.
Chips are miles more up there. Yeah, it's not right. You got more? No, a lot less.
I think it's when the stream turned off. Like, I feel like they lost.
Thanks for telling me. Thanks for saying that. I kept looking up there. I was looking up there. I thought 79k. I thought that's alright. I thought I lost a few. And then I looked and I'm at 49.
Vitali Queen Minor Clubs opens. Call from Carl in the small. Sheng Shu defending in the big blind. And one that Sheng Shu could have played a donk on here, the deuce 4-6 with his particular hand. It seems like a nice one to potentially go for the donk lead, but ends up checking, and it ends up checking through. But now, like, really good turn here for Sheng Shu just to represent from the big blind. This is going to be a more favourable board for us than anyone else, so really nice opportunity to lead, start folding out some ace high, king high stuff, even queen high on this occasion. But goes tiny, a little 1200 here from Sheng. And Carl is going to stick around getting that price with the Queen 10, looking to hit one of his overcards perhaps, but actually with the best of it, not anymore.
No, Sheng Shu with the 8 on the river.
I'm going to be wanting to go for some value now. Will not be getting any, although we did see Carl just make the king high hero call, surely not with queen high, does let it go.
Boogie is from the USA but lives in the Dominican Republic. Beautiful. And Boogie was my dog. We made it to 16 for the 12.
I think we should go to pay that bit. Ask Frankie, say, look, it says 70k, but I don't know where the other 20 odd.
Good job you're with us from the Dominican.
What time are you streaming till? Until we get down to 15% of the field, Gary. Probably going to be about 11 today.
Yeah, we'll give you the exact number we're playing down to when we come back from the next break in about an hour's time. 50% of the field. We'll keep you informed.
Tidy little free bet from Joe here. Nice one to use. King queen off, probably the prime candidate that most people know about and would like to see fold here from Michael. Ace 10 off once we open gun, perfectly fine to open, but get him 3-bet, just a hand that not going to do well versus this 3-bet range out of position 2. Would like to see fold, and if he is going to continue, have to be 4-bet. That does go with the correct approach. It's got to be one of the biggest day one flights we've had for an 888 UKPL. We've got what, 140 in nearly, yeah?
Yep, 139 in so far. And you got another hour to buy in. Could be 165 by the time we've done. 165, 15% of that, be about 25 people. Added to the 26 from yesterday, make about 50 coming back tomorrow. But they will all be in the money.
At least come and look at it.
Even Easty. They can't take that away from him.
No, in Easty he'll get here and they will have lost his bag with all his chips in, knowing his luck. He'll turn up tomorrow. Where's my bag?
An emergency and casino's closed.
Ace-8 for cut-off. 2,500 from cut-off. Vitali should be folding, but fancies a little dabble with the 10-9. And Michael will definitely be folding in the big with the 8 deuce. Vitali wants to have a look. We're on a 40-minute clock, Gary. So 3 levels a session.
Queen 10, Queen, Vitali flopping best.
A little delay here from Cole. Vitali with a call.
And the 2 spade river.
Do have this ace of spades in hand as Cole. Does he want to put it to work? Try and target a 3, maybe a 10 that check twice. Don't think he'll think there's much Queen X out there. Once Vitali check turn as quick as he did. And does put the ace of spades to work. And look at this from Vitali, just snaps it off against 160% on the river from Carl with just a 10. Snapped it as well, Tower. Didn't even think about it. I got 2 pair. I don't care that the flush is completed. I'm not folding.
Right. Gary McGaffney's been on the black stuff.
Oh no.
Which flows like orange juice in California. Uh-oh. Okay. It is an amazing place. Killarney. And the Guinness sounds like it is as well.
Queens for Tom Clack. Only with 10 here. So choosing to open, wants some value from his ladies. Not going to get any. Close but no cigar.
It's there. He's here all week.
Back of the net. King, Queen of Spades for Abdul. He will open from gun.
Hey Kevin, on Facebook, how did Towers Treble get on unfortunately? 1 out of 3. No losers. 1 win and 2 nil-nils, which we've never had before. No, just 0-0. Twice.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Tom. Sends the nines in for 12. Carl with the ISO. And Tom will know that we're hoping to see Ace King here, because the rest of Carl's range is going to have us crushed to 2 outs. Abdul never calling this off here. King Queen suited. Carl's ripped for 37 big blinds. Can't see how we'd ever call King Queen of Spades here.
No. Rip for 40. With King, you're not calling with King Queen of Spades. Looks pretty. You just.
What?
It can't have been that big.
No, Carl's stack has to be out. He can't have 45k.
Yeah, it has to be way out.
Oh, he's got 2 reds. Yeah, because so Carl's got about 20k here. That makes sense. That makes
21,400.
Okay, perfect.
So he has called with King Queen of Spades. That makes a lot more sense.
Apologies, Abdul.
Yeah. Apologies to that. 21,400. Thomas 15.7. And Abdul. So Abdul's stack's going to be out regardless. Carl's is, unless he's out. Not now.
Well, that's it.
That'll do.
Running kings, running nines, running 5s.
Yeah.
That will be it. So Carl.
Yeah, Carl's stack's nowhere near 109. So we'll try and relay a message.
We do lose Tom Clack. That is for sure.
So 21-4 twice. Plus 16.
So 42.8 plus 58.8 around there, plus the blinds and ante, so that's going to be 61.8.
61. 61.8. If we can relay the message. Ooh.
I think they've got yours is the stack that is bigger than yours. Yeah. You got like 9. Why don't you have 8s or something there? 10s.
See open 41-6.
And then the last queen comes out. It's just horrible, isn't it? How does that case queen come out?
41-6. Open.
Was too pleased with that. I wound up on the table with a bunch of dogs and I can't get any chips.
Yeah,
that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, I know.
And the chips are all flying about.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's fine, Gary. It's only, what, 16, 17 effective of Carl, and the way Carl's been playing, like, so far this session. Tom Clack only shoving for 12, 13. And maybe it's better to call that hand three-way. The King-Queen suited might get in there. No dinner breaks on this one, Gary.
Yep. Slightly extended breaks for the staff. But no dinner break. One more level if you fancy it, getting into one of the biggest 888s of the year. Spicer makes it 2.5.
Joe with the 10s here. Against gun, like, we'll do a lot of flat end tower, but maybe a smidge of free better going on. 2.5k open here from Carl. Not free. Teddy in with the defend with 10-5. He's in a rough spot against these two hands, I'll tell you that. Gonna need to see some hearts as Teddy boy. Well, sees them he does, but Carl's flopped the straight. And Joe's got an overpair. Who on earth opens 4-5 off under the gun and flops a straight tower? It's not fair. You're not allowed to open 4-5 off under the gun, let alone flop a straight. Carl is likely to win a big one here because Teddy's not going to be going anywhere. Joe's got the overpair. And I'm guessing as Carl, we're just going to be check raising here with our particular hand. Just all about timing. Just decides, you know what, I'm going to open 4-5 under the gun, see what happens. And we got action galore. 12.5k from Carl, and he's been up to no good this session. And if he's been on the table with Joe all day and Joe's aware of Carl's style, if you like, don't think he'll be folding these 10s just yet, but he does let it go. How about that? Nice fold from Joe. So this is one of the benefits of when we are playing aggressive, and Carl's just like, yeah, I got the nuts, I called. Teddy's all in with the 10-5 of hearts. Sees that he's drawing to a heart only. 4 would chop it. All about timing. 4-5 off, opens gun, flops the world. And Teddy's got the world as well, but Teddy just drawing to 33% here. So big old pot tower.
Huge. Well, we know Carl's got 62 and 106. But Carl Spicer. Teddy needs a 4 on a heart. And it's a heart. Wow.
You needed a 4-5 of hearts, but
So Teddy gets a full double. Spicer's going to be on fumes. Z9 shake shoot. There's his up 2.5.
These 4 hearts here for Vitali against gun. One that likes to do a bit of that. Maybe it might 3-bet once in a while at 40 deep. I think fold is the avenue you'll see most take. Way round to Teddy. Fresh off of his big double up. And it's just a fold in the big blind from Carl with the 9-3 of clubs. Raise and take for Sheng Shu. Gary says, great to see a stream from Reading, great little poker room. We're in the show bar.
We are.
All the table is in the show bar for this one.
Poker room for the side events and cash. Show bar for tournaments. Ole. Hello, chat watching on 888 Poker TV.
It's just frustrating when you've been playing junk all the time and you've got enough and you want to start, but that's when you pass with it.
It's weird, man. It's the nuts, but it's like it's still vulnerable. Felt like an Omaha hand, you know what I mean? It's not gonna seem like you're probably not favouring, you're probably gonna. And you had the 4 of us, I think.
Yeah,
Uh, 1 out of 3, Dave, unfortunately, for the treble. 1 winner. Best. That was the best one as well. Gillingham winning at home. They were 6-4 at home. The second in the league. I thought it was a crazy price, but they did win. Other 2 finished 0-0. Believe it or not. We haven't had that before.
Should have done a 0-0 double.
I know, that'd have been juicy.
100 to 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave. Normal service resumed. I don't even like to swear. They were like just 0-0 all the way through. No,
exactly. Normal service resumed.
0-0.
Ace deuce of diamonds for Joe, making it 3.5k.
It's the last flight as well, isn't it?
Last level of session number 3 of the day. And Vitali, Jack 4 of diamonds, one that does like to defend. Defend he does, off to the flop, heads up.
Ace, queen, queen, flop.
In a board that we will have lots of bets on is Joe from the big blind, but any checking going about some of the time really. Just good to have some top pair check back some of the times. This seems like a nice one to have in there. Maybe like ace deuce through ace 5 of spades with the backdoor flush draw. It does just continue. Takes it down.
A couple of flips and then I lost a big hand with king queen, like hearts, 3 bet me, I called from 9-eye, and I jammed the flop, I backdoor hearts into overs, and he sort of tacked on with ace 9 on a 9-eye flop. But it's a massive jam, like, but yeah, I don't know. And then yeah, that was about 40% of my stack, and then it worked after that. Yeah, because when I went to the cash desk, I got like 2,300. I thought, this is all, like a couple of people went up. And then I realised all the phones didn't get paid, it was just upwards, so I got them in.
So 8-16. £160,000 in the prize pool. Fabulous.
Shang Shu on the button. We'll be opening with the jacks. And Dad says, great numbers at Reading. Grosvenor should be scheduling a GUKPT there to give the Southwest an event. They're looking like being the second biggest main event of the year for the UKPL here in Reading. Terrific turnout from everyone.
Reading's like the Southwest.
Well, it's like south, isn't it? It's like south,
It's
half-west.
south of than Birmingham.
Yeah.
It's not south of than Rotherham, than London.
It's like, it technically is. It's south of than North London.
I'd said south.
It's not south of than South London, but it's south.
I'd said southwest was Bristol.
Yeah, but he means give the Southwest players people from Bristol, people from Swansea, people from Swindon, people from Plymouth, all a chance to come and play a GUKPT. Is obviously Reading
like it.
Closest casino.
Yeah, we know what you mean, Daz. We know what you mean. But yeah, spot on. It's been a good turnout.
You could see some trouble here for Michael. Shen goes with the 60% on the flop. Michael calls with his top pair. Off to the turn. King of clubs. So it does bring flush draw in for both. Jack of clubs for Sheng Shu. I'm probably just going to be check now, tower. Like, we're not really too worried about the ace, but difficult to get called by worse once the board runs out like this. Michael nods in approval. Jacks are good. Could have been more expensive for Michael on other runouts.
Actually, I might get a taxi to the hotel. It might be £6. I'll give you 12 quid. You need that. Give me a free in Yeah, I go to the Premier Inn, so it's about 1 mile with maybe 1.5 miles. I get 12 quid. I'm like, you know where I live, about 4 quid.
Actually, you give these chips over here, Carl. I don't mind. Over here, yeah.
Ace Jack for Abdul. Should be an open. 25 exactly to start the hand.
You're going to give me the chips, Carl. I'm giving you enough on my thing.
And Sheng Shu. Ace deuce of clubs. One that could potentially go for free bet here. Looks like he is landing on call with position on Abdul. Oh no, he has gone for 3 bet. Keep missing these red chips. So nice little 3 bet here from Sheng Shu. 8,500. Jigar will get out of the way. And then a tough one for Abdul here, tower. At 25 effective, +1 versus cut off, but not the full 3x here from Sheng Shu. It's like 2.7, 2.8x our 3 bet, so comes slightly closer. But like ace 10 off, definitely fold. Ace queen off, probably jam or call. Ace jack off's that sort of limbo area we don't really like as Abdul, so really difficult decision here for him.
Is it in the muck?
Yes, it is. Nice move from Sheng Shu. Nice little 3 bet bluff, paying dividends.
Mine's 8:16. Final 30 minutes to get yourself bought into the main event here in Reading. Rake in 30. And we'll bring you the numbers we're playing down to today. We played at 15% of the field in these.
Teddy opening a6 suited. Michael thinks better of the king jack. Perfectly fine to let that go on the button, facing EP open. And over to Joe. Nice clear defence, suited queen from the big.
Everyone's playing ace-5 now, like it's trip aces.
Too big from Teddy tower, queen, queen 4. Need to go smaller here, could even find quarter, maybe even 20%, but I think 6b60, way too big on the queen, queen 4. The king on the turn. Teddy not shutting this down. Maybe trying to dislodge a 4 here, but won't be able to triple here, Tower. I think that's the key here. This is a spot that we do double to target a 4. A 4 always folds on the turn. So once Joe calls twice here, he's just always got a queen or maybe something like King Jack suited, King 10 suited wrapped around that queen. So Teddy should deduct now that we need to shut this down because a 4 always folds turn. Calling range on the flop, Queen X, 4X pocket pairs, maybe some like King Jack, King 10 with the back doors. So then when our opponent calls this barrel on the turn, he's not got a 4 anymore, so range condenses to a queen, maybe some of that King Jack, King 10 suited that mentioned. So well timed shutdown, wave of the white flag.
Good.
No, I live in Kent. Oh, okay. Cool. No, not yet. Just save something off the turn. That's off the turn. What was that?
Teddy goes with limp. Carl gets to shove his 22 over the top of it for 14 big blinds.
Everything but 2,000.
Wow,
Teddy with a 10-8.
Teddy's giving him a little spin.
He is.
Fancies a little punt with the 10-8 of spades. And off we go.
There's 6 for call on the spin. Teddy with a 10-8.
Looking bleak for Teddy, going to need some backdoors. 9's our best turn card for us, but that is dead.
Yep.
So a bit of a gift for Carl. Doubles back to 48.
Back on the spin.
Can't get rid of you, can we, Carl? No. Just keep me here for another 25 minutes and I've done them in. 20,700. 20,700.
So 25 minutes. The big shot's about to start. Side events going to be played. Starting at 7. You want to know what the big shot is? Side events. Oh, sorry, it's the Turbo Dash tonight. £200 in. 20-minute clock. 25,000 starting stack. And a standard blinds all the way through.
Ace Jack for Jagat, opens in the cutoff. Ace 3 suited for Joe. One on the button here that could definitely go for a free bet. Cutoff versus button. Does exactly that. Nice candidate to use here. And now a bit different to like I usually say, early position, Ace Jack off, open under the gun, open +1, we get free bet. legitimate size, we just got to fold. But cut-off versus button, completely different situation here. We're supposed to open fairly wide from cut-off, so therefore button gets the free bet fairly wide too. So Jagat could land on either here, Tower. Go in for a 4-bet jam here. Ace jack off, cut-off versus button for what would be 35 bigs is perfectly fine. And it would be great if he could find it. No, he's not folded, has he? He has folded.
Oh.
Folds the ace jack face up, cut-off versus button there.
Oh, Joe shows him ace 3.
Joe shows the ace 3 suited. The last thing I thought we'd see was that. Letting it go. Fairly tight from Jagat. I think 4-bet rip may be in order. At least call. But against a good competent opponent that's going to correctly 3-bet our cut-off opens, I think ace jack for 35 is going to be a profitable jam for us over the long run. Letting it go. Too loose this for Shang, but he is going to open it nonetheless. A7 off. Just one of these hands, whole table to get through, slim playability. Maybe he thinks that the table's not 3-betting enough and people are playing too tight. To be fair, he's just seen Jagar fold that ace jack face up, cut off versus button, so maybe Sheng just thinking people aren't 3-betting enough, they're playing too tight, but he's going to get the bad news here. Abdul off a 20, and this is one I'd like to see 3-bet not all in here, Tal. We're going to split our range into 2 sizes here. We're going to have all in for 20, and we can also have like a 2.2, 2.3 BB, 3x our opponents open. But Abdul just going with jam with the queens, and it does get through. I think one that would like to 3-bet not all in off a 20 with position. Like, we don't even have to go big, make it 4.5
Would A7 still
BBs.
fold?
A7 off would still fold, yes. Specifically A7 off, yes, that would still fold.
Mm, 20 minutes of this session to go. Good numbers.
How are we doing? Gedamas, how are we doing? Sots Atzel, welcome to the stream. Tuning in via Twitch.
On the 888 Plug TV Twitch channel. Grown at Poker on YouTube and Facebook.
We should have some giveaways tomorrow.
Lime Ricky should be involved tomorrow.
Might have 5 109 tickets to give away to the chat boxes.
Indeed.
Ace King 4 Jagat won't be folding this one if he gets 3-bet. Carl lands on flat in the small. Sheng Shu with the ace deuce suited here. Already seen him take a light squeeze. Think this one may just want to land on flat though from the big blind, especially after we've just seen that hand from Jagat. But there may be even more reason for Sheng Shu to attack his open, thinking this man's just folded ace jack, face up, cut off versus button. I'm going to apply some pressure here, but it would be ill-timed if he goes after it, and looks like he is going after it. There is the squeeze up from the big, and now Jagat just going to get to jam.
Play well, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Now just snap fold from both Carl and Sheng.
So, Turbo Dash starting at 7. Side event, 20-minute clock, 25,000 starting stack.
All the way around to the button. Teddy not at the table. Gone for a little break. Carl, Jack 6 off. Getting after it. And already had a couple of hands with Vitali. Dynamics already set between these two. Vitali defends the queen, 8 of diamonds from the big. Both players catch a pair. Top for Carl, middle for Vitali. And Carl with the top pair, backdoor straight and spade draw. Happy to continue.
Which he does.
Vitali not going to be going anywhere with his 8.
3.2 from Carl. Vitali snaps. Off to the turn.
It's the 5 of clubs, so Carl now actually picking up an up and down to go with his top pair. And a hand that's going to struggle to get 3 streets tower. So maybe it is one that we could go for check back on the turn, go for our value on the river, target an 8, target a 7.
That's what he's done. Exactly right. The king of clubs river. Vitali.
Yeah, Vitali's got a clear check here once this king rolls off. And now awkward for Carl. Once the king rolls off, does an 8, does a 7 call. What we've seen from Vitali already when he snapped the 160% against Carl with 10-9, I'd personally value bet here. But Carl is going to check back. Like, not much king X in our opponent's range. King 10, king 9, king X of spades. Going to have a lot of this 7-9, 7-10, 8X. Maybe we do value cut ourselves versus a jack. That's the only problem. Jack 9, Jack 10, all hands that would call. Maybe too thin. Interesting one for Carl on the end there, whether to go for value or not. Takes the pot.
Just gamble. Oh, okay. Yeah, basically. Professional handicap player. Just sports bet and stuff. What? Any particular? Tennis, football, rugby. Sorry, rugby. No. Cricket. Any sport can get the edge on the prices. That's all. What about on horses? I used to, but not so much now. But just nicking odds when I know I'm getting an edge, like 5-10% to fill up. Feel like Tom playing poker. It's all about more bet you have, more threes. You're going to make over a long one. So if over, I don't know, say £500 bet, it'd be worth about 525 quid. Something like that. So it's more my turnover for about.
You got raises 3.5. Carl with the 1 gappers.
35,
yeah? Yep.
Going for a free bet here. And once again, we saw Carl free bet the 10-7 suited earlier, but they are ones that do find their way into the free bet range, but they find their way in at about 70, 80 big blinds or above. Like when we're at a stack depth of less than 30, there'll be no free betting going on from like this middling condensed range, like theoretically. However, we know Carl does like to see a lot of flops, does like to play aggressive, and maybe just attacking Jagar here after seeing the ace-jack fold cut off versus button against Joe.
Hands up to the flop. Ace, 9, 6, but all hearts, both catch a piece.
100% check for Jagar. We have no leads on this board. We shouldn't have any leads on this board. Looking like he is going to go for a lead. I guess maybe we might ace 9 6 mono when Carl's the 3-better, and he's not gonna 3-bet king queen, queen jack, jack 10 of hearts. Well, he at least shouldn't. and then we would call all the suited stuff, the hands that I just mentioned. So maybe it could be a thing actually, Tower. Like ace 9-6, not mono, ace 9-6 rainbow, always going to be pure check. But maybe as Jagar may actually be a thing. Not just going for lead with his top pair. Would have potentially got a c-bet out of Cole if he just checked.
Joe, 158,000 big chip leader on the table. 15 minutes to go until the end of the sesh. And then a 20-minute break.
Basically, arbing without the arbing part. So I don't lay anything off. I just bet and
Yeah. But like you'll if you have an out that has like a better price.
Yeah.
Yes, eight for Teddy opens to 5,000. 4 on 3x.
Yeah, a bit too big from Teddy.
And Sheng looks down at the jacks, just calls with the jacks. So it says, how much was it?
Yeah, maybe Sheng a bit wary about this 3x open, but I'd happily still 3-bet call off here for 21 of Teddy with jacks. And it's going to bring Jagar in with the Jack 8 of hearts.
3 players see a flop. Here's 6 queen, all hearts again. Jagar flopping it.
Please don't lead Jagar.
Yeah, please check. And does.
Yeah, Teddy should check here, Tower. 3-way. Sheng 2 to our left. The board where we don't really have many flushes opening from +2 on when the ace and queen of hearts are out there specifically. Does choose to go with bet. And then over to Jagar. Just playing this trappy, makes the call.
Oh, imagine the jacks being in. We're thinking, oh my, look what I've just folded.
Yeah, but he's going to be happy that he's folded when he sees these hands at Showdown.
Certainly is.
May not get to see them because going to have a difficult time heroing now as Teddy. 4-liner rolling off. Broadway available. How are we doing, Pashad? Welcome to the stream. Greetings. And just an easy fold for Teddy now, Tower. Like we don't beat anything. We beat like some king, like even the king's Broadway. So we don't even beat like bear king of heart stuff. Just don't beat anything here as Teddy. Gonna have to fold. Shaking his head, but doesn't realise he's lucky that the board's run out like this, because potentially would have lost more. Like, how can we be good? What do we need our opponent to be bluffing with here? Like, all the 6x fold on mono versus that size of Teddy on the flops. If he's got like 6, 7... Wow.
Teddy.
Teddy. That is
loose.
It's just, what do we beat, Tara? That's what always the question. Ask yourself, what are the bluffs? Where are the bluffs going to derive from? And Teddy just a non-believer there. And he also had the information from the ace-jack fold face up from Jagar, knowing that he is probably on the tighter side. Sometimes just that curiosity, wanting to see. That board gave him a real good opportunity to get away from it.
Teddy, non-believer. And Jagar stacking in more chips. So all the way there, 7 in the cut-off. Makes it 4,000.
First time.
First takes.
It's all it, raise and take.
It's 3 hearts for Sheng Shu. It'll open from +2. 7 minutes until break.
Seven minutes to buy yourself in. Plus the break, I think the break's 20. Heading towards the break and the final buying minutes of the 888. It's been huge. It has been a cracker in Reading. Break soon. Give you information regarding the turbo dash as well. It's starting at 7 o'clock, plus the main event, and how many buy-ins there are in total. 145 at the minute, which is fantastic.
So small bet from Sheng Shu. Call from Abdul. Sheng turning top pair here. Goes for a second street. Abdul can't continue now with the dummy and gutter. It's going to be a fold from him. Sheng Shu taking that one.
Final 5 minutes. Just been told it's a 15-minute break, so we'll be back at 7:30.
Perfect. Catch the last 10 minutes of Liverpool, see if they can score 3 for me.
Huh?
Catch the last 10 minutes of the football, see if they
yeah.
can score 3 goals.
Oh yeah, what's the bet?
Over 5.5.
What's the score?
2-1.
Over 5.5.
Over 5.5.
Not 4.5.
No, not 4.5.
I thought it was 4.5.
No, over 5.5.
I thought it was 2 goals you needed. You have no chance.
You never know.
Yeah, yeah. What a Betfair offering right now? I'll double it. That's our confidence, and there's not going to be 6 goals.
How long did your cake last, boys? Well,
there's still 2 pieces left. We reckon that can be cut into 2 pieces, and I might have a piece of a slice of cake during the break. So yes, it's kept nice and fresh. The box will be returned to Sandra. Thank you very much indeed, Sandra, who was watching earlier. If you nip in tomorrow, Sandra, it'll be empty, and we'll hand it back. So I'll give you how many we're playing down to at the break.
How many have we got in? Let's have a look.
4 minutes and counting. It's about 145, is it? 145, I do believe. Might have increased during the break.
So far today it's 146.
146.
So we're going to be about 21 getting paid 15%. But we'll get that confirmed. Teddy, is that enough?
He's in with the Jack Deuce. I might re-enter at the break, he says. Once I get 30,000. Whoa, what a flop for Teddy. What is that, says Abdul. Sure, what is that, he says.
Well, look at this turn though. We got counterfeit. We got club draw now. So we got a king, a 10, a 5, a club. Oh, too many outs. Teddy back to starting. Saves himself a buy-in.
There you go. Final couple of hands of this session.
Shout out to the Lion boys over in Ireland, currently corrupting the pot washer and Jack Oliver.
Are they all in Killarney, Paul? Killarney seems to be the place to be this weekend if you're not in Reading.
No, I said because it's late range. This makes sense. Like, why you want to do it?
I won't rebuy anyway. I can't be asked, but it's not must. Probably won't get to. I've only had one today. It's pretty good for me. Oh, nearly. Oh, anyone fancy it? Did you look?
Here's King for Abdul. In they go. Spicer says we've got 10-5. We'll have one more hand after this.
I'm all in that, yeah. 17-4, it looks like coming your way, young man. I didn't even look, I saw it.
So Abdul, 16,000.
I played better when I don't even look, anyways.
Just a jam on the button. Spicer says, well, let's have a spin, as you do.
Aaron got some backdoors available for Spicer. It can just find a 10 or a 5. Well, here is one of them backdoors getting sweaty now for Abdul. Any 10, any 5, any 7, any deuce.
A jack. So the ace king doubles. Yeah, we will still get one more hand in. One more hand as the dealer counts it all out. Yep, 30 seconds to go. We'll get the riffle and we'll get the last hand in.
I'm all in. Why? It might be blind. Yeah, I think I'm waiting 25 minutes.
So last hand. Break will start. We've just got the cards in. Everybody folding round. Last hand of the session. Abdul says have some of that. In for 34. Spicer says have some of that. In with Queen 8. He's no idea what they are.
Wow.
Queen 8.
Oh shit, we'll take that.
He's playing like a £10 rebuy.
No, I looked. I didn't look the last time. And I woke up with ace king on the bottom.
So call Spicer 21k. Abdul says I'm all in the cut-off.
All these chips from Karlstad could be in Abdul's.
Yep.
Unless he has a little date with an 8. If he does not. So we're back in 15 minutes, guys. We will see you then, new feature table.
Así que bien, bastante bien.
¿Qué diferencia encuentras en los eventos de España en relación a otros países?
Bueno, en Casino Barcelona ya tiene un largo trayecto de, pues, bueno, de muchos torneos y tal. Es yo diría de los mejores del mundo. Lo que te puedo asegurar es que aquí las cosas se hacen bien.
En el evento del año pasado, el mismo de Barcelona, viniste a la mesa final disfrazado de Rambo.
Correcto.
¿Este año tienes pensado algún disfraz en caso de llegar?
Sí, es secreto y ya lo tengo.
Una pista.
No, porque si no será para otro evento. No. Entonces, prefiero no decirlo.
Estamos aquí con Josep Valls.
Sí.
Y bueno, ¿qué te ha parecido el evento este año aquí de 888 Poker?
Muy bien, la estructura está bien, el feel bueno también, viene mucha gente más profesionales y más recreacionales. Y nada, me ha gustado y además como han ido saliendo las cosas, pues aún lo he disfrutado más, ¿no?
Y bueno, ¿recomiendas a la gente que venga a jugar el evento de 888 Poker?
Sí, está muy bien.
¿Sí?
Está muy bien, buen buy-in, un buy-in que no es muy alto, no es muy bajo, se genera buen price pool y está muy bien el feel, la verdad.
¿Y qué te parece el ambiente? ¿Te ha gustado?
Sí, también.
Sí, lo pasamos
Perfecto.
bien por aquí.
Sí, está divertido.
Oh, José, ven.
¿Qué pasa?
Oh, hemos tenido suerte. Tenemos aquí a José Criado, más conocido como JJ, que es otro finalista de la mesa final. Bueno, ¿qué tal te ha parecido el torneo?
Bien, la verdad que no esperaba que hubiese tanta gente, o sea, bastantes buying y la verdad que me ha sorprendido. O sea, hay bastante on top y está bastante bien.
Está muy bien. ¿La estructura te gusta también?
Sí, una estructura buena, el día
Jugable.
es 1 hora y está, la verdad que...
Muy bien, ¿no? Muy jugable. Y bueno, ¿es el primer evento de 888 Poker que juegas o habías jugado en otros antes?
El primero. De 888 Live, el primero.
El primero. ¿Y qué, repites?
Sí,
¿Repetirás?
sin duda. O sea, ya siguiéndolo a tope porque me gusta mucho la estructura. Como
Muy
digo,
bien.
muy buen ambiente, gente de toda Europa y bastante bien, la verdad.
So that's what the players think of their experience here at A-State Live Barcelona. And now that we're both finished with the poker, Lucia Navarro, what should we do?
I think we could enjoy our ice creams here, and then in a bit, we should go to the Sagrada Familia because one of the players told me we cannot miss it.
We're going to go and do some sightseeing, and we'll see you on the next one.
Bye!
Some say the perfect game doesn't exist, but we beg to differ. Step inside our world and see what the A-State Poker experience is all about. It might just surprise you. Whether you're at home, on the run, or in the middle of an adventure, you'll always have a seat at our tables. Discover the thrill of A-State Poker on mobile or PC and find the perfect game for you, wherever life takes you. A-State Poker, made to play.
Have you ever wondered how some players consistently win at sit-and-goes? I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 tips for crushing sit-and-goes. Tight is right. Your goal with sit-and-goes is finishing in the top 1/3 of the field. And 9 max, that's top 3, and 6 max, that's top 2. Achieving this goal means playing a tight pre-flop strategy and avoiding unnecessary confrontation, so you give yourself a better chance to finish in the top 1/3 of the players. Know the payout structure. When playing sit-and-goes, it's important to pay attention to payout structures, as they can drastically impact your ranges. In 6 max, 3-handed would mean you're on the bubble, and the next person out receives nothing. Payouts there are 70, 30, 0. In 9 max, the bubble occurs with 4 left. Payouts there are 50, 30, 20, 0. It's important to recognize the difference between each potential ladder. In the previous examples, there were 3 pay jumps, 10, 20, and 30%. Our ranges will be different in each spot because the risk of busting the tournament is worth different amounts of equity. Understand how to play push-fold. As the blinds go up in a sit-and-go, stacks get shallower, and ultimately the game often turns into push-fold, where the majority of your decisions are simply boiled down to, should I go all in, or should I fold? Many players think this is all luck, but there's actually a ton of skill involved that centers around push-fold. It's not only about how good your hand is, but how often your opponent folds. The more they fold, the more hands you can shove, as you're more likely to win the pot without showdown. There are many programs you can use to calculate exact ranges based on your hand and opponent's tendencies. Study these so you're prepared when you find yourself in these situations. Bubble play. The bubble is arguably the highest equity spot in a sit and go. At that point, you'll be in one of three situations: short stack, middle stack, or chip leader. If you're the short stack, the good news is that you have the least amount of equity and can play a bit looser. You still want to make the money, but realize you're more likely the next one out. So you're freer to take risks and try to get yourself in a better position to cash. Congrats if you've chipped up to a middle stack. Your prize is discomfort. You've got to play tighter now because other players at the table are more likely to be forced into an all-in confrontation, which would allow you to make the money. If you're the chip leader, well, this is where the fun begins. As chip leader, you'll want to put pressure on the other stacks, specifically the middle ones who realize what's at stake. In the right circumstances, you can add a significant amount of chips to your stack by bullying the table. Volume. I was a professional sit-and-go player for more than half a decade. Take a wild guess how many sit-and-goes I've played in my lifetime. The answer? 287,000. Playing multiple tables at once can help you put in this volume. When I started out, I was one tabling, and ultimately got up to playing 35 tables at a time. My advice for anyone trying to add tables would be to do it slowly, perhaps at a lower than normal buy-in, and get comfortable with the speed required to make the decisions and click the buttons before adding more. So there you have it, the foundations of a solid sit-and-go strategy. With a good understanding of these concepts and plenty of practice, you can start to crush multiple tables at a time and develop a solid win rate. What part of sit-and-go strategy do you struggle with the most? Let me know in the comments below.
Tonight we're playing a sit and go. This is gonna be my third tournament and, well, I hope gods will be on my side.
Welcome to Barcelona for the 888 Poker Influencer Sit and Go. We've got an all-star cast. 4 poker pros take on 2 chess influencers, Dina and Alex. Let's go.
Never before I experienced a poker tournament. That's why I'm very excited and nervous at the same time. They say chess players are also good poker players. I think I have a chance, even if I'm like, but it's okay, they don't know that.
My name is Aaron Baroni. I am 38 years old, and my nickname is abaroni68.
Have you got a name for tonight? Can you make one up, mate?
A name for tonight? Winner.
Alex in the big blind with a favourite hand. Ace real suit.
Kill it. Rip his arms off.
Let's
go.
Oh my yes! 400? No, 500. You're right. 500.
Well, Aaron's just
However,
jam.
I would go.
Oh my god, it's cool. This is super risky because obviously, like, what do you do if you don't connect? Ooh, a little 3! We love to see it.
Okay, I go 1,000. Okay. Yep.
Posición 4, apuesta 1000.
And Aaron's folded. You bet quite big, so Aaron just kind of has to fold it.
Let me just show this.
This chess player, who is amazing in chess, just 3-bet Aaron Barone light.
Made a good fold on the flop.
I'm very new to poker, a bit nervous, obviously. I'm like a chess player who has just learned how pieces move. Earlier today, I had a chance to challenge these poker ambassadors and professionals into a game of chess, and I could give them some tips. So tonight, I'm counting on them helping me.
I'm here to play a poker tournament, and the reason I'm in the game is I heard who was in the game. This is the softest lineup I have heard of for years. We've got 2 chess players in the field, which is great because I love chess, and we're not playing chess. So it's a bit like if they were good at DIY or speedboat racing, completely irrelevant. So they have no hope.
Nick Wellthall is all in with a very good hand. I'd say it's above par.
I don't think a worse game.
If I was in your spot, would put the money in.
No, she has like 5.5 big blinds, 16 blinds.
Yeah, so she probably just has to call them.
Yeah, she seems nervous. Look her
She
hands.
does.
Look her hands.
I think she's deliberately doing that though.
You made a
Get out of here.
You made a call all in with
Get out of
ace 8
here.
off suit.
Is this worse? If you lose, it's Aaron's fault.
100%.
There's an 8.
Oh my god.
Oh, look how happy she is.
I would be happy too.
Things went badly wrong. I blame one person only, and that person, I think he's called Aaron or something. If the new players don't win hands, then they wouldn't play poker, and so I'm happy to contribute to the greater good of the game. That said, I hope Aaron loses.
Hang on, let's see what I have. Let's see what I have. Let's see together. We can see together. Look at this. Look at this beauty.
David's folding. David's folding. He's folding.
I'm all in.
Over the past several years,
Nick Welthall and I have commentated on amateurs. Let's call them what they are. The feeble pros as they call them, Easty and Ian Simpson were so scared of us, they bowed out.
And Tuck with a pair of threes.
Not deep enough to call here.
Can you do other things?
No, just going in the bit. Lucia has too early position, our hands are too weak.
He's all in.
Wide odds, never mind.
It's not-
Tuck knows more than me, apparently.
I just wagered all of my betting biscuits. I'm very, very nervous. Don't want to get knocked out first. If I got knocked out first, it'd be really embarrassing.
Oh my day.
That would be funny though.
Dina playing very well so far, biding her time. Dina, aces. Ooh. Good fold, well played.
I can't get knocked out here then.
She had like ace-5 off.
I can't get knocked out?
Oh my god.
Threes are good.
King 3.
What? Mamacitas.
How does that work?
No three, but backdoor. We want to see the 4 of spades for the boys.
Deuce of spades. Okay. 4 spades does, deuce of spades.
Okay, 4 hearts. It's a 4, it's not a spade, but there is a little duck ski available now.
Hey, do your thing. Do your thing, okay? He just winked at me. Bink! That's not a bink.
Dina into the final 3, Vivi.
She might win it.
I would love that.
I'm gonna try to use my disadvantage into an advantage. Basically, I'm gonna be so nervous and my face is gonna be so expressive that I just wish good luck to my opponents on reading what that actually means.
10-9 offsuit here. We're going for a raise. Dina's got a king. She's getting some close decisions. She's just in pain. She's going with the king. It's fair.
Oh, three-way. And this can end now.
Lucia doesn't lose. Flips. 40, 60s.
9. There it is.
Nothing. She doesn't lose
No
anything.
sweat.
Yeah, it's just easy, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, I'm Lucia Navarro.
I wish I...
You know what I mean? Dead? I mean, that's just really good for Lucia, who has now got 88% equity to win the whole thing here. Dealer? Oh, my God.
Another 9.
What do you think it's like to be Lucia Navarro on a daily basis?
Yeah, I won! Woo! That was fun.
How was it playing against the chess pros?
I mean, they played really good because they only been playing like 2-3 times, so they did very well.
It was an awesome experience playing with chess pros. I think you can see the carryover between chess and poker is there. And the more experience they get, the more comfortable they're going to feel and the better they're going to play. Again, I fully expect them in the future to be a lot better, to be a lot more informed and just crush us.
My heart is still beating pretty high. I feel like this was one of the most challenging experiences in my life, and I survived and I managed to keep my face even though I was asking a lot of questions. I honestly did not expect the environment to be so friendly and so welcoming. Like literally my opponents, the guy sitting just next to me who I am supposed to attack, was helping me the entire way. And then I had to survive the poker game, which I did, and not only I did, but also I finished second, which is just like incredible. I feel so good right now, and I'm so much looking forward to actually learn the game and stop asking the questions about the chips.
Hey guys, Cabalito here, and we're gonna go through a hand that was played on 888 Live Barcelona last year. This hand was deep, final 2 tables, so it's gonna be a fun one. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and let us know what you think in the comments below. Now let's get into it. So we are playing big blind 8,000, 16,000, and then we get to the button and he has ace jack off. This is a powerhouse of a hand when everyone folded to the button. This is a very clear open. We get a quick fold from the small blind, and then the big blind has a very easy call with the pocket fives. They should do nothing different, just call because they're both very deep, and it's gonna be a disaster for both of them if they play a very big pot at this point. Sadly, for the player on the button, he's likely to play a very big pot because the flop is ace 5-4. When you have ace jack on the button and the big blind just calls, you pretty much have the nuts here, and even though it's final 2 tables, a lot of money should fly in. Big blind checks, which he should with the entire range, and then the button is gonna start putting money in the pot. He starts with the c-bet of 33,000. The big blind has kind of both options on the table. He can call and raise in a future street, or he can start raising and putting.
Welcome back to the next session. Playing down to 22.
22.
22. Do we need a play count? How did your 6 goals in the game go?
No good.
Oh.
Why hasn't Lee snapped? Oh, okay, he has snapped. With 10s, off to the races, 20 effective. It's 3, 4, 5, 2 clubs.
5 of diamonds.
Could be the end of Tim Slater.
Yep, Tim in and done by the looks of this. And is. Played the high roller yesterday, sneaked in the high roller. And now out in seat number 9. First hand after the break.
Yeah, you did. Oh, I wasn't sure if I left the car grab. Oh, yeah. I don't want to knock it. Seat open.
Lee 207,000 with blinds at 1,000, 2,000. The Mukhtar. Is he going to cause carnage again or not? Did you see Sky's quick headlines? Liverpool are in top slot. Because of the manager.
Yeah. No, I get it. I understand. So you don't need to explain the joke. I understand. Connor with
top slot.
8, 9 of hearts. Like that fall from Connor. Pretty little hand, but can't do anything off a 15. Round to James in the cut-off, one that should be opened. Jack 10 for Lee on the button, facing the cut-off open, like fold. I think 2 low down to 3-bet, that may be Queen 10, Queen Jack, ones that could 3-bet bluff, but you still may think about it as Lee. And it does go with the approach you expect. And over to the main man, look at the stack Mukhtar's got today, up to 124 starting stacks. I wonder if he'll be VPipping 95% like he did first session.
That was crazy.
Mukhtar defence.
Here's Queen 7.
Yeah, just see that here from James. Just a board we're probably going to bet range on. Goes for 30%, just shy off. And even Mukhtar can't continue with 10-8, no draws.
Not now, it's all about elimination and survival. 58 left out of 146. Down to 22.
Jacks for James. Opens. Raises to 4.5.
To call with a 5-3. Now he's got the chips, and now we're on survival mode. Me trying to make day 2. The 5-3 hits the muck.
No pun intended.
So.
And we'll be running you through some of the casualties in the field now that there's no re-entry available. And James gets jacks, upgrades to the ladies the very next hand.
Nice. There's 4 for Lee. Coming in for the call.
Free bet's nice here. Does go for free bet.
Oh, sorry. I thought it said call.
Makes it 11.5. Seems nice from Lee. Could have gone the full 3x, 13.5, but I think one that may attack from time to time, even versus EP, but going to be some bad news. Because it's going to be back on James. And I assume we 4-bet this one as James, especially because since we come back from the session, has been fairly active. We can see he's had a couple of hands, and now with a premium. So maybe Lee just recognising that James is opening a lot, but we can see that he's had the hands. And here comes the 4-bet. That looks huge, Tower. That looks monstrous for a 4-bet size. I'd probably be going like 28, 29k tops here as James. That is
38.
That is some extortion on that 4-bet size, I'll tell you that. Just generally, like 4-bet sizes, they're going to be a lot smaller, and like 3-bet sizes, we go 3x in position, 4x out of position, and general rule of thumb, and then adjust dependent on variables. 4-bet sizes, like out of position, we want to be around 2.5x in position, something like 2.2x the 3-bet. So this is just way too big, in my opinion, from James. And Lee Can't really do much now but fold against this size.
There he goes.
So we'll run you through the table. Didn't get a chance when we come back, but we got Dragos Bulgaria in 1, James Leeson in 2, Lee Wang in 4, David Galvez Willier in 5, Mukhtar in 6, Andrea Salami in 7. And who is it in the 8 seat? Wasn't on my list. Come to the table after the first hand.
Connor went no. And Tim was in 9, wasn't he?
Yeah. James going to go with open again. King 9 of clubs this time. Seems fine from gun off this stack size. Nice to have some of these in there from the gun opening range. Mukhtar Jack 10. Like fold, but I think Mukhtar will like call. No, he does let it go. He's not the man we saw 6 hours ago, Tao, when we started the stream.
This is true. Now he knows. Loses all his chips, he's out.
Dragos with the ace-8 defending.
7, 8, 7.
Quick check back from James. The 4 of clubs turn. So interesting turn card. James picks up the flush draw to go with his 2 overcards, and like with Dragos, his actual hand here going to start leading. But with a lot of hands here, we'll start leading Tower once gun checks back. We're going to have a lot of ace high, king high, queen high type stuff. It's like even if we had like a jack 6 suited, a queen 5 suited, 9, 10, jack 9, these are all going to be really nice leads for us. And now James just going to run it here with the club draw, trying to basically tell the story that he's checked back an overpair here, Tower. But I'm not sure at this stack depth when Dragos has 15 bigs if we do any check-in with the overpairs. Maybe exactly aces, but at this stack depth we can just go bet flop, bet turn, get it in, and gets the 8 to fold as James. So getting Dragos to fold as high up as an 8 there. And the nut 8. Nice little move. Just being aggressive, and it's worked out.
Started this session really well as James. In seat number 2. 56 down to 22. That's the aim today. Play down to 15% of the field. So however long it takes. Probably level 3,000, 6,000. David with the hooks raises to 4k. Mukhtar with the ace 7. Wants to see a flop.
How are we doing, Nixon?
There, Nixon. Now is nowhere. Dragos looks down and says, I'm all in. Back down to David with 25k and the hooks. Says, I'm all in as well. Looks like exactly the same stack. This should be in the muck.
And I'm pretty sure I saw a 10 go into the muck tower, so Dragos going to really struggle to stay in this tournament.
Yep, up top. Bins them. Jacks versus 10s. Stack's pretty similar, but we think David with the Jacks has Dragos covered.
Yeah, and has him near dead. They're definitely a 10 in the muck with the equities here, so only the case 10 is going to save Dragos. You're going to win this 1 in 8 times. Is it going to be this time? Yes, it could be.
Oi, oi, oi. You reckon that was the case 10?
Finds the case 10, but still got to fade some outs. We got the Jacks to fade, the Queens to fade. 9 on the turn, nice and clean.
Jack or a Queen to fade. And it's a 4, so the Dragos doubles and leaves David on fumes.
I'm still baffled. Do you know the first UKPL of the year, the main event? We remember we come back at the 3K level. How on earth did that finish at the 3K level? I remember it was Dan Laidlaw that was going mad on the bubble. He had like heaps and heaps of chips, but I'm just looking at the structure here and thinking there must have been some carnage going on first month of the year in the main event.
Yeah, 1500, 3000 was the first one, wasn't it?
Oh, here we go, David all in with the 8s. Lee has opened with the 6s. David all in for less. He's in good shape. Andrea wants to call, and Connor with 7s here. All this money in the middle. I'm just going to be sending here, Tower. Like David's, we know we're not worried about him. He's only got 3.5k. Lee got all the chips, going to be opening fairly wide, even from gun. Andrea's not going to play any traps off of 50, I don't think. So just going to send in here as Connor with the 7s, and rightly so. I'm going to come back round to Lee. Oh, well, forget Lee, because Philip
looks down at the 2 1s.
He just comes to the table, Phil Baker, and he finds the old aces.
Look at this.
Welcome to the feature, sir.
I've got 100k just shy of. I look down at aces. There's 6s, 7s and 8s in front of me. Wow.
So there's been an open under the gun and all in from +1 for less. They've cut a cold call, and then Connor reshoves, and then you just find aces in the boots. Oh, Phil, what a life in the big blind. I say what a life, we've still got a hold, obviously, Tower. That's the hard bit.
Yep.
I'm assuming Phil may just send himself, or is he going to go for a little clickety-click? Yeah, now Lee has to fold the 6s, and Andrea will fold the king queen.
As you should. So we're in 3-way. All in, all in. Oh, David's only got 3.5, but he is in. Could be a double bust out. Phil Baker's aces. Here we go. Phil Baker. Aces.
You sit down, you think, oh, straight in the big blind, how's my luck? And then you peel your first hand. Can he do the hard pot and fade a 7 or an 8? Clubs are covered, spades are not for 4-liners to flush. But three-way all in here on the feature. Off we go. Oh no.
8-8-8, man.
8-8-8 for David. So only a small one feels going to lose against that tower. Oh, 7's now picking up and down though. Won't want to lose versus the 7s. So 7s can find a 5 or a 10. Oh, Barry!
No way!
Barry on the river for Phil!
Oh. Wow, we flopped the festival nuts.
What a run out.
Wow.
That was pick your own boards for entertainment purposes. What a run out. Flops the set as David. The 7s turn 8 outs to get there in and up and down. And Phil just drills off the 2 outer on the river.
Sits down at this feature table, says this is easy. Wow.
So going to run you through some bust outs. We have just lost David, Galvez Williams and Conor McNaught, Ben Miller, Rob Boone, Oliver Kong, Ben Teague, all exiting on outer tables. Carl Spicer, Abdul Ahmed and Tim Slater are the players that have all busted since we have been back from break.
What a board that was. Everybody had something at some point.
Yeah, Lee Wang did fold 6-6. It would have been set over set over set.
Oh, of course. The Sixers survived because Phil Baker was before him.
Four three of hearts here. It seems like one that always completes. Suited connector, blind on blind. And at this stack depth, 70 effective, one that can complete call if Lee does get aggressive, but 7-5 off. Maybe we'll do some check-in, but it's going to get aggressive. Bumps it up to 6k, but Phil does let it go, not wanting to tangle with the covering stack. Thought suited connector would be getting in amongst it, blind on blind. Lee just takes it down with the 7 height. Pocket ace for Shengshu. Raises to 4k. Going to be over to the fan favourite Mukhtar.
Well, ace jack suited is at least calling. He is at least calling.
Mukhtar with the huge free bet from the big blind here, making it 13 BBs. And now pocket eights a Sheng Shu. Probably just folds tower against this size of Mukhtar. We make it 2 BBs. Mukhtar makes it 13 with the ace jack of clubs.
There's a man like Mukhtar doesn't do anything like that unless he's got queens, kings or aces, surely. That's what Sheng's thinking.
I think we have to fold a Sheng. No, we can see he's got the best of it with position, but try and take the whole cards out of account. If I've opened from +1 and Mukhtar goes for this 13 BB free bet from the big blind, don't think I'd be continuing eights here.
What does he do?
I like fold tower.
Yeah. It is going to be a fold. It is indeed. Mukhtar, don't show him, Mukhtar. Don't show him. Do not show. Do not show. Good lad. So 48 down to 22 is the aim today. And once you get to 22, you're in the money tomorrow. If you bag, you make the money. If you don't bag, you don't. Mukhtar with a 4-7 in the muck they go. Andrea with the 7-3 does the same, so heads up. Sing 2 with the jacks. Phil Baker with 6s. The 2, 5, 10 flop. 2 hearts. Phil leads. He did 4.5 after a check from Shen. This is a check raise? Nope, it is to 15. Sixers getting out of the way. Sheng with the best of it. Sabre Ibas, good evening guys. Turn the £30 ticket that you won into a 250 live credit last night. Thanks again. No worries, well done. Ace-3 for Lee Wang. In the cut-off, I'm going to open to 4.5. Looked over the 9-7, won't be doing anything with those. We'll get them in the muck. As he does. And away they go. Andrea. Ace-5 wants to see a flop. Ace-5 suited. And Sheng might do the same with Queen-10, the one gappers.
Yeah, defending the big seems good. Does defend?
Indeed it. 3-way to the flop. Ten high flop. 10-4-7. Sheng Su. Good flop for him.
I think we are going to have a lot of leads here on the turn of Sheng Zhu. Well, even as Andrea here.
Andrea's picked up a multitude of outs on the river.
Yeah, no, Sheng's going to have the lead here. Good ball for range and good ball for actual hand. He checks.
Nobody catch up.
No one does catch up though. And have to go for value now as Sheng have checked 2 from Andrea here. Just have to. Thought we'd see a little turn probe almost always. Elected to check and now goes for some value on the end for around third.
6.5.
That will be that, you expect out.
So no action for Sheng. Up to 100 bigs. Cheers, Ben. Watching on Facey. For the first time this week, he says he's ordered the burger. So 48 players down to 22. That's the number we are looking for. Look at that, numbers shooting down to 43. Running through the limos after this hand. And James in seat number 2. Lee with the queens. So I won't be doing anything with the King 7, a 3-bet from Lee. And it'll be round to James. Yes, he should get out of the way. Go for a 3-bet, raising a 3-bet. Yep. So decision back on James in seat number 2. Both pretty deep. 75 bigs was James. So I'm going to see a flop. the 10 flops. 8, 9, 10 flop. Checks his option to Lee Wang. He bets out 7 with the overs. So just a call on a wet flop. Lee picks out 7 for the chop. Jack's playing, Queen's playing, and any club. And it's an 8. So house is up for James. How big does he go? Checks the flop, checks the turn, leads the river. Is it ever a bluff? How much says Lee Wang? And the snap call won about 29. Comes in, set 10's full. Queen's folding, James up to 209. Nice answer. We're down to 42. So in quick succession on outer tables, we've just lost Vitaly Gricol, Maxime Farner, Jeffrey O'Sullivan, Tyler Craig, Jordan Daniels, Sean Hu, Dooley, and AU, bringing us down to 42. Playing down to 22 tonight. Should be the, I reckon, either 2.5, 5 or 3, 6. They are the levels that we expect it, round about 11 o'clock-ish, we reckon. Interested in your thoughts and pros and cons of playing down the 50% field against the traditional playing to the end of the levels. Yeah, we don't know, obviously we've never done that on a UKPT. Always play a day 2 and a day 3. When you play 15, when you play down to 15% of the field, then we don't have a day 3. So it's literally flight after flight after flight, and then day 2. Some people like it, knowing that they're coming back in the money. A lot of people, so some people don't like it because they'd rather have a pure bubble when we get to day 2 or day 3. But one thing is for sure, when we get down to, when we back up at 22, we're all in the money. The event's in Coventry for the big one. Talking of Coventry, actually, the festival Cov. Here we go. We said we got the 10th till the 20th 888 live to look at, and the opening voyage. The team are going to be there Thursday the 10th, the opening day. The satellites in the club during the week, but we're going to be there the opening day on Thursday. Is that a cash day night? Thursday. Yeah. Thursday could be cash, live cash, we'll let you know. We've got day 1C of the voyage, which is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll let you know the schedule, obviously, but we are there streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm just looking what we could potentially be streaming. on days Thursday and Friday. Saturday will be the voyage day 2, I reckon, and Sunday could be the main event day 2. Just looking at the schedule. There we go. And then Monday, we're not there Monday, Tuesday. We're back on the Wednesday for streaming. Full schedule's out. It's all on the app as well. So we're not there the Monday, we're not there the Tuesday, but we are back on the Wednesday, which would be Mystery Bounty Day 2, I do believe. Then the High Roller Day 2 on the Thursday. And then the Friday, Saturday and Sunday we'll be doing the main events. Don't forget the main event, £888 buying, 500,000 guarantee. All the team will be there. Plenty going on. There's plenty of events there to get stuck into. And we'll bring those up over the course of the weekend. So plenty get into Coventry, 10th till the 20th. We'll be there the first day. So 42 down to 22 is the order of the day for the players that are still in. Jay's just having his tea, because obviously there are only 15-minute breaks during the 888s, and when the breaks come the players are ordering food, so it's always busy with the food orders. So Jay's just got his burger and he'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't take him long to polish one of those off. You've just tuned in at the wrong time for Jay not to be here. He'll be back. So he will be joining us very soon, Mr. J. Been here all week. Nine flop for Phil. 9-4-7. That could get into trouble. Top pair, top kicker. Andrea with the hooks. That's 12.5. Oh, Andrea. Well, it should continue once. Could even raise. You know, makes the call. Top pair top kicker could get into trouble. Phil Baker in C number 3. 10 of diamonds turn. So Jack for Andrea after Phil checks and he moves his stack in. An account, says Phil. 65.5, spot on. Yeah, some kind of draw. No, he has a bigger pair, Mr. Philip. He's trying to get a bit of a reaction there. He says, I have a 9. Any kind of draws we'll be getting there. But are we opening with a 6-8? Or even 8-jack? No, we're not.
I'll get 20 minutes, yeah.
Wait 20 minutes. Wait the 20 minutes. He had you crushed, sir. Go out for a spot of lunch and you missed. Where's that, Jay?
What did I miss? No dinner breaks today. I got to get a burger in me. Otherwise,
that's what we said.
You know what they say, a burger a day keeps the doctor away. That's what they say, right?
Somewhere. Absolutely somewhere. So we're down to 40. There's a couple more eliminated. And we saw Vitali Griekel, Glenn Gaines out, and Mo Romanovic also out. So we're on 40 down to 22. That is the aim. Ten, 9, 5 flop, 2 clubs. So with the 10 jack back in the hand. And it's a winner. Everybody folding in turn.
Puts a bomb out there as well, 125%. Absolute huge
50,
seat.
Yeah, 50 bigs at this moment in time. On 40. Lines 1, 2. 22 is the order of the day. Bag at 22, make the money.
They said how golden I am. Yes. No, see the board. Las drops to the draw. No, it's there. It's in the double.
A7 suited for Chris. Should see an open. But no, that is tight from +2. Just choosing to let the suited ace go. I think you see most open there. Gonna leave room for Phil on the button. Jack 9 off. Now, is that Phil Baker, guys, or is that Ilari Sahamis? I've never seen him without his hat on. But could be the old Ilari doppelganger who used to play on the higher stakes poker all them years ago. Had a lovely spot coming to the feature. Aces with all that action in front of him. That's Lee. 3 betting to 17. Mukhtar shouldn't be calling Queen 9 off and doesn't. And Phil just got a fold Jack 9. Not much we can do as Phil. Suited, we'd call. Off suit, out the way. Maybe things will just start to slow down as well. 40 left now. 22, I believe, are going to be bagging up chips for tomorrow's day 2. King suited for Chris, passed up on the suited A7, won't be passing up on this one. Should be an open. Don't need to go big, just 2 BBs, even slightly north off. Yeah, but Chris does go for the full 3x. So much better to just opt for 2 BBs. Problem with going 3x, we just isolate a better range of hands to continue. Big blind doesn't defend as wide, and we obviously want action with this hand. Maybe it's just old school. Go back early 2000s. Dan Harrington on Poker, Super System by Doyle. These books used to say open to 3 big blinds, and that is before all the wizards come out and all the solves come out. Just found out so much better to just make it 2 bigs or just north of as soon as you start hitting that 3x remit. don't get the defends that we want from the big blind as much. People don't 3-bet 3x opens enough as well. They just make the assumption you're near a top end. It does get the raise and take through. Keeps his head above water. Just north of 20. 17 spots off the money now. That's James.
Yeah, we've had the jacks with other queens, now we've got the kings.
As you do.
Yeah, and just get the boots for the full combo.
Nice bit of distribution for James this session. First hour on the feature. Lee going with flat here with the ace jack. Perfectly fine, one that may do some mixing, sometimes 3-bet, sometimes call. Over to Sheng Shu. Ace 4 off in the big blind. Awkward one for Sheng Shu. It does want to defend in a 3-way coup.
Off to the flop, ace, queen, 6 for both Sheng Shu and Lee hit. Not the best flop, not the flop James really wants to see.
And Lee 3-way here. I think we can just fire, but he's going to go for the little cheeky check back. Does have this jack of spades in hand, so a bit of insurance. 6 on the turn, really nice turn to see for Sheng Shu. Now going to be chopping with all other ace X and goes for some value right off the bat with a lead for quarter pot. Probably a river that is going to check through once the flush completes. 3-way to the river. Unless Lee wants to get creative here and just assess the situation that Sheng Shu never going to have a flush or better when he doesn't choose to lead river. And then we just make the assumption that James value bets any hand better than ours. So any potential for Lee here to try and get an ace off a chop, and he is going to try to. Maybe having the function of getting some heroes from Queen X as well, but I don't think we're going to see an ace fold for this size from Sheng.
Most of the time you're thinking, oh, looks somebody else got an ace and playing the board. Not 2 pair with the board.
Yeah, Lee never has ace king as well, which is kind of nice for us. Can have some flushes, but not many when the ace of spades is on the board. It's going to be like 5-6 combos: king jack, jack 10, king 10, jack 9, 10-9 suited. Not too many spade combinations out there with the ace and queen of spades being on the board.
Can he work it out? Well, he's not got the ace king. Could potentially have ace queen.
Ace queen potential. Would play some flats, and looks like he's going to get Sheng off the chop here as Lee. Nicely done. Now imagine we get Sheng off the chop and James calls, but how can James call kings here? He can't tower. We just can't.
No.
What do we beat? Flop's gone lead call, like Lee overcalls turn. Like he's not going to overcall turn with King Jack, Jack 10, and King 10, and he got shots, he'd just fold. So therefore, he's going to have some flush draws that want to overcall. He's going to have some ace-X that have checked back. Like, what do we beat? Is he going to call?
Yes.
Oh my word, James. Attached to the Cowboys.
And Sheng says, I've just passed the chop.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one from James Tower. Like, what, just from a hand reading perspective, what on earth would Kings be in front of there? Lee would need to turn what into a bluff exactly? The bottom pair makes trips. A queen would never turn itself into a bluff. Queen might even fold turn, so it's really... We need Lee to be getting really creative there. Maybe calling a gut shot with the King of Spades, like a King Jack, King 10 with the King of Spades to bluff spade rivers. We kind of need him to be doing that. But what a result for Lee, the player that we were chopping with folds and the player that we're beating calls. Perfect situation for Lee Wang. Now Dragos making it 55 with the ace king suited. Mukhtar wants to have a look in the cutoff, calls queen 10, Andrea out the way. Sheng Shu does the same, and over to Chris in the big blind.
Mukhtar doesn't like that flop. King 8-2. Top for Dragos.
Sounds like a Bond villain. Dragos.
Wasn't Dragos or Dragos in Doctor Who?
I've never seen Doctor Who, Tower. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
I think he was like the... Was it like they're supposed to be like the half alien, half Dalek?
No idea. Dalek? That's Star Wars, ain't it?
Daleks was Doctor Who.
Was it?
Yes. The Daleks were Doctor Who. Was it Dragos? Might have been. Somebody help me out. What was the name of the leader of the Guard Daleks? Like the half.
Well, don't look at me because I've got no idea. So Mukhtar gets floaty with the queen 10, picks up a 10 on the turn here now. Dragos continuing to fire, 17.5 into 27. Imagine seeing a queen or 10 on this river.
Imagine. No, it's a 6. I'm not too worried about the flush draw. And Dragos says all of it. Thank you. Oh, Mukhtar, a non-believer, man. So Dragos gets himself a full double up to 114. Mukhtar down to 71. That's what he plays, is it? Queen 10. Davros. That's the one. Cheers the Jackal. Cheers Fenfop. Davros. I know it's something like that. Very close.
Davros. Dragos.
Yeah, very close.
Okay,
yeah,
I can see it.
Close. Down to 36. 22 we stop. We reckon about 11.
I think I have the unders now, Tal. With that, we've only got to lose 13 players. That's all we've got to lose, 13. I don't think we'll get there this session. I reckon we'll be left with around 25, 26, and then we'll come back and we'll probably play a level or two. I'd be surprised if we finished at 11. But then I was surprised that we finished at half 11 yesterday. So it happens.
That's true. We didn't finish at half 11. We finished at 20 past. It saved you $1 million.
That is true. That is true.
Oh dear. I'd like to see the bar area afterwards. See you later, guys. Bye. Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Been an emotional 6 years. Bye bye. See you later.
I thought you meant with all the champagne being boss. I was going to say Ben Staff. He can't drink at the bar anyway. You have to drink back at the hotel and celebrate.
Did you manage to close some of your losses back the other day? Last night?
Yeah.
Did you play snap for an hour?
Played a bit of Big 2. BOYC again. Bring your own chair. Into. Do you know what, Tal? I said at the end of the week. I'm not going to say because I don't want people going into my room in the travel lodge, but I'm going to say my room with the number after it. When you go on TripAdvisor at the end of the week, it'll be in the top 5 hot spots to go in Reading. But no, we've been having just. It's nice to wind down after work. Couple of hours.
To be fair, I thought it was an Airbnb hosted by Jay.
All I need now is to get Frankie on board and get him to stand outside the room with his arms crossed. You got any idea? You're coming in. Back to the action because we got a pot brewing here. Lee opening the 10-8 suited. We got 2 pair now for Sheng Xu, and Lee double barreling here with his double gutter, and one that may like to triple here as well on certain rivers. Sheng Xu should just be calling with position. It's a 6 of spades on the river, so here we go. Is this going to be an unload from Lee Tower? And I think I'd really like it. It's not going to work versus Sheng Shu's particular holding, but Sheng Shu's going to have so many cool folds, and what I mean by that, it'll have a lot of hands that pick up a Broadway draw on the turn with their pair that have to call. They have hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, King Queen, King Jack, Ace 10, Jack X of clubs, Queen X of clubs. There's so many hands that have to call twice but have to fold river. So with a 10 in our hand blocking the King 10, and should only be King 10 suited in there for Sheng Xu, 3 combos left, and having the range advantage of aces, queens, jacks, ace, queen, I personally would have got after it here as Lee, but it's a well-timed white flag wave for him, Tao, because Sheng Xu wouldn't have been able to fold ace jack. He's just too high up, but now going to get to go for some value with the ace jack. It's going to be a fold from Lee.
Insta fold, there you go, no need to count it, deal is already folded.
What's the, Esifo says used to love the Daleks, the red one. What's the Dalek thing called in Star Wars then? The little metal bin with eyes that rolls around.
R2-D2.
That's the one. That's what I was thinking of. I've never watched Star Wars, but
I don't think I've ever seen Star Wars all the way through. Used to always be on at Christmas for some unknown reason. I think because it was like 4 hours of drivel, and everybody just fell asleep after your Christmas lunch.
Sounds like someone at a Rubik's Cube convention, R2-D2.
That's a chess move, isn't it?
No. When you're like a cuber like myself, when you're learning to...
You know what?
A cuber. I used to go to like all cube conventions and everything, and then I found gambling at 18. You've seen me do a Rubik's Cube on stream.
I know I have.
Yeah, but when you're learning, R2's right 2 and D2's down 2. So if you're learning like how to speed cube,
right, okay.
That's like what you'd use. the notations that you'd use would be R2D2.
Did you see the kid on America's Got Talent that's juggling the three of them?
Impossible.
What is that about?
The brain power for that is just insane, because not only the juggling, but actually getting the cube to land in the right place on your hand and then flick it with a finger. You won't see that on stream anytime soon, guys. Don't get your hopes up. We'll stick to the single.
Crazy.
And Orange says C3PO was a post office on a map.
C3PO. That was the C3PO all together by R2D2. It was his tall mate. They looked like one of the robots in iRobot.
Not seen iRobot.
What? It's one of my favourite films. iRobot's one of my favourite films. Will Smith. Great film.
Mukhtar with a limp. Sheng Shu follows suit. Chris does the same. Dragos out of the way on the button. Jack 5 for James. And Phil going to get to check his option.
Flop 9-6-2, 2 spades.
And always say multi-way situations, 4 or 5 way. Lots of checking going on. You don't really want to have stabs, like especially out of position. There are some scenarios. Check to us in position 5 way, like here we had Jack 10 of hearts or something deep enough. Might have a stab as like one of the little bluffs, but other than that, you're just going to see a lot of bet in your hand. 5 of spades on the turn. Actually putting James out in front with a pair of 5s, but Mukhtar, Phil and Sheng Shu all pick up a backdoor flush draw. Looks like James going to bet his 5.
Phil can't win. I know he's got backdoor flush and obviously gut shot to the straight. Won't feel happy about that, so in the go.
Mukhtar in the call with a King Jack.
He's got King spades. What? All of it? Is he moving it all in?
No, he's already called. He's just waiting for.
I thought he was moving it all in the line, and then I've just seen the 2 chips there.
Maybe he's letting everyone know what he's going to do on the river.
Exactly. When the ace of spades, it's the river.
Chris with the fold.
There's the ace of hearts. Mukhtar's now firing the river.
Let's go, Mukhtar. Put that bluff out there.
Yeah, makes it 15.5. And a snap fold from James.
Let's go, Mukhtar. Gets the better hand to fold. We're heading to an outer table, guys, because we have got
here
Michael Rolt all in with kings against the flop flush here of Dalius. And does river the set, but no good. We're going to lose Michael Rolt from the field. And a quick spin round to the other table. And it's Lydia who is all in.
Come on, Lydia. Ace Jack for Lydia Kugura. Against pocket fours. King 3-9.
Not looking too good. Well, we've got some counterfeit opportunities. Needs Ace Jack or 9. And it is an ace.
Boom.
Barry for Lydia on the end.
Woo, she says.
And we're going to lose one towel. Tang. How are we doing, Brooksy? Good evening from Ketsden, boys. Wish I could have been there.
What is
that? Basically, my mate. This is how committed I am to Ket's home game. I'll travel. I'll do a 5-hour round trip.
I hope that's a surname and not a short name.
No.
Else.
His name is Ben Ket. His name is
that's
Ben Ket.
all right, then.
So he has a garage in his back garden.
Yeah.
And he's turned it into like a poker room. A den. Yeah.
I like that.
I'm not sure if the pool table's still in there or not. A dartboard bar.
How big is this garage?
No, it's I think the pool table come out. I can't remember, but yeah, because it used to be too cramped. But just the poker table, I think, in there now. And we just have a friendly home game.
Like it.
Joe Saunders, celebrity dealer. So
celebrity dealer.
That's always fun. But yeah, and once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks, I commit to the game. I do like a 5-hour round trip from Birmingham.
Nice one. Well done.
I'll go there and go back, just to give the lads some money. And if you're the biggest winner on that night, you get your picture taken and you go up on the Hall of Fame.
Love it.
And that's Ket's home game.
Oh dear.
Evening, lads. Any golf about Monday? Hint, hint.
It looks like it might have dried out a little.
Sabriba says, Ruffle J, the missus just heard you say Daleks in Star Wars. She's on the phone to her mother about it. She's not happy.
She's a massive Doctor Who fan.
Blind's going to go up in 1 minute. Ace Queen for Andrea. Opens to 8.5. James with the 8s in the cut-off. Seems like one that just always caught. Once Andrea opens off of 40. Does land on call. I've just realised, lads, as well, we got Alex dealing. I didn't even realise that. Alex at the table, making his first feature table appearance this week. Everyone's personal card thrower. That's a really good fold from Paul in the big there. A lot of people defend hands like that multi-way, not recognising, although pot odds increasing, equity diminishing once we go multi-weight. Solid lay down in the big. Heads up to the flop.
Ten, 3, 4. Lead from Andrea. On the near side. James is going to call once. And then nice little juicy raise. 31.
Not a thing. Kind of in imagination land right now. I think just always playing cool with 8s here. Don't even think we're going to have many raises on this board as James, but does get the 2 overcards out of there. I think we want to just land on flat, theoretically. But James playing his own game. Bit of button clicking going on, and it's working for him. Up to 180.
Lines up. And down to 33. 22 is the magical number. We're down to 33.
Lines are up 1,500 to 2,000.
What's Ben-Hur Tower? We're going old school, got to be Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur is a movie from the Payout. Ben-Hur. 30s?
30s? Was it in colour?
No, it might have been later. Got to be later. I'm just thinking, because Wizard of Oz was 1939. And they somehow made that colour. I don't know how. Half of it were in black and white, half of it were in colour.
1958.
58. Ben-Hur was always on at Christmas or Easter. Charlton Heston with the chariots and all the fighting and all that malarkey. 1958.
It's mad, like you say, 30s. Now, if someone, like in 5 years' time, if someone goes, "Oh yeah, back in the 20s," it could mean now or 100 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Ravi's been here.
He did. He bust yesterday. He was in the chat yesterday.
Yes, he was. King Jack for Shengshu, raises to 6k. Jack 9 of hearts here for James, 60 effective. I think we've got to let this go from low Jack here. Right, he's going to go for call. As I say, James just playing his own game. And it's working for him. That becomes a bit closer, cut off button, whether to get involved here. Facing the gun open though from low jack. Probably just going to be fold. And then maybe, because we are 60 effective, could sneak in a 3-bet once in a while. Back over to Mukhtar in the small. He's going to call. And Andrea with the 3 deuce of diamonds. Gets out of there. And a lovely sight for Sheng Shu on the river. That's the stones. Mukhtar may not pass up with his queen here, and he's actually going to lead himself. And Sheng Shu goes for maximum, says he's all in. And James, I didn't even realise James river the straight as well. Oh my word! Oh wow! You guys are probably sitting there, why is he not getting excited? I'm just looking at Mukhtar's hand and Sheng Shu's hand. James has backdoored into the second nut straight, and now we got Sheng Shu sending the absolute lot in here. And we've got 60 bigs. Oh, this is grim, but one thing I will say, I don't think Sheng Shu shoves here with something like a set. If he had something like a set of tens, he'd just raise not all in, right? Because he's still got James behind him, and James could still plausibly have King Jack himself. So there is the fold from James. Credit to the man. Been doing some unorthodox things, but that is a top-notch laydown in this specific spot. Pat on the back from him. Very difficult to let that go, but when you think about it, and I don't think Sheng Shu realised James was in the pot either. I think he done the same as me. That's why he shoved for that amount of chips. Maybe just thought it was Mukhtar there. What a fold. Letting the second nuts go correctly. Take a bow, James Leeson. That's very nice. Just figures it out. Unfortunately can't hear what Sheng's saying, but I'm going to guess that he thought what I thought, that it was just Mukhtar and him in the pot, and he was playing for stacks of Mukhtar. Because if he realised James was behind, maybe he goes for a size that's not all in. And the Jack 9 just getting to fold.
The dash is on a break. 51 runners in the dash.
Easty playing?
Oh, I didn't see him. I just muddled through the table, so it's, 51's a good number. 51 is good. Can't see the name.
I think that's what it had to be, Sabria. Just didn't think James was in the hand. King 10 for Lee, raises to 65. 30 minutes to go until what's likely to be the final break of the day. Ace, King, Queen, 2 clubs. I'm just going to bet range here as Lee takes it down.
I can watch it with you. I can't, I'm afraid I'm going to fail. Go on, tell us what's down. Ah, good hand. Good hand. Yeah. That's a value bet, but not the size. I made the wrong size. I will reach to 50k.
Some fold that, guys, but imagine if Sheng just realised that James was in the pot, then James probably calls a raise, because then when Shen goes for a raise not all in, he can have other parts of value. He can have sets, he can have potentially some 2-pair. That gave James the chance to get away from it. King Queen suited for Dragos, making it 6,500.
We'll huddle around his phone in a minute. When it gets to it, we'll stand around it.
Looks all right the way. Sheng Shu looks down King Jack of Diamonds. All of it.
That's actually a really nice jam here, Tower from Sheng Shu. Like, theoretically, we love to squeeze jam, like even for up to 40. Once it goes open call or open call call, when we have stuff like Queen Jack, King Queen, King Jack suited on this occasion is Sheng Shu, like these are really nice hands to go for the squeeze jams with, and effective stack there was 35 of Dragos and just getting everything out of there. Very nice from Sheng Shu. Seems really studied, this lad, Tower. Seems like he knows his stuff. First time I've seen him at the table, but playing some lovely stuff, to be fair to him. Sizes have been really nice. That little squeeze jam there, he's made a couple of nice free bets. Saw one earlier with the ace deuce and one with the ace four. But this is the thing, sometimes an unknown, you don't know if they play a lot of online, if they play elsewhere, play cash.
It is true.
Sheng playing some nice poker.
When we see them for the first time, doesn't mean it's the first time they've ever played poker. That is for sure.
With the kings and the clubs opens to 6.5, and Sheng can't do anything with this one. Does have the blocker in there, but like always looking for a spot. A6 off, has to go in the muck. Oh well, look at this. It must be a free bet if he's reaching. Can't play cool with A6, can we? Maybe we can. Just curse of the commentator. It's literally the curse of the commentator, Tower. It happens in any sport, any game, anything that has commentators on. Say how well he's playing, he's been doing everything right, and then he goes and peels bloody A6 off on the button. What you doing to me, Sheng? What are you doing?
Perfect. Gets there though.
It does.
He's hit the 6.
Oh, and just timing is everything.
Beautiful.
Now over to Phil. We do have overcard to Queen, but do like the shutdown here. Like we just target really 7s, 8s, 9s. 10s we block. Jacks start free betting, so it's like we only really target 7s, 8s, 9s. This part of our opponent's range. It's going to start folding at 10k from Sheng on the turn, and that should be the end of that. And we head over to a big, big pot on the outer table. So it's gone Ravi open, Chris Johnson 3-bet, Ravi 4-bet, Chris Johnson 5-bet jam.
These will have been tangling all day. 9-9 flop, 9-3-2.
Need some hearts. And Will dead it on the turn.
Wow.
So the Macca pack going for the 5-bet send versus Ravi. And Ravi just had the Cowboys and he's got a nice stack now.
Well, balancing tables now because we're losing James. $30 left. It down to 22. Will it be next session? Won't be this session. There's 22 minutes left. So it won't be a 15-3. 2-4 was the lowest flight we stopped at. It could be 2-4, you know. Might be 2.5-5. And I think 8 players in the next session. I think the next session will be the last session of the day. But things will slow down because obviously 23 is the bubble and they'll go hand for hand.
There's a Sheng just turning the screw a little bit. Winning pot after pot. Going to run you through some of the bust outs.
Go on then.
So we saw Chris Johnson, Yong Hao Zhu, Josh Woolridge, Tony DeLuca, Mikhail Ostapenko, Man Lee, Mark McGill, Wan Tao Tang we saw, Michael Rolt we saw, Tom Clack, Onib Saeed, Mo Romanovich, Glenn Gaines, Vitaly Grekel, Maxime Farner, Jeffrey O'Sullivan, Tyler Craig, Jordan Daniels and Sean Hugh. And that brings us right up to now with 29 remaining. Ace 10 of hearts for Sheng Shu. And Lee got one that's a clear call in the big blind. It's King 8-5 mono. How are we doing, Lydia? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, but then, like, this is what's confused me about Sheng. He's found a very nice size here, just south of 20% on the King High Mono as the opener. He's been doing a lot of good stuff, and then just the random pill with the A6 off on the button confused the life out of me. Looks like Lee is going to stick around for one. Three's no diamond. King on the turn. And Lee Leading pocket threes for 10k on the king turn. I have no idea what's going on this hand. C-bet fine. I think threes just want to fold though on the flop, but Lee obviously with some plans to lead turn, and Sheng Shu just can't continue.
Away he goes.
Nice bit of fruit, keep us going.
Cherries.
Oh, they just took Joe to balance and then someone else has come over.
Because we're on 27.
Well, that is because we've lost Sinead, Priestley and Mark Frith.
Ah, we were on 30, so we had too many with 9 on ours, and now we got lost 3 instantly. So 3 tables of 9.
Looks all right out the way with the 7 deuce. Sheng's just an opening machine at the moment. What's this, 6 in a row?
You're not supposed to do that.
I know.
It's supposed to be 4 maxes, isn't it?
I know, yeah. Well, even if you open 3 hands in a row, you've still opened more hands in a row than Joe Saunders lasted in the Goliath this year. That's all that matters. 2 hands? Paul should defend 10-9. Off a 22. Fine to defend heads up. Maybe already thinking about the money tower.
Yes. 27 down to 22. 5 off the money. There is a bubble as well, don't forget. 15 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Surprised no one's asked to put the turbo dash on after we finish. It's usually around this time we get that question.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day tomorrow. One of the biggest turnouts, bar leg 1 of the year for the UKPL main event here in Reading. So we're going to create a huge prize pool, a nice first place prize that someone will be taking home tomorrow evening, along with a trophy and a hell of a lot of points towards the UKPL. Sheng. 9-6 suited now. Just abusing 4 off the money. 3 off the money, 4 off the bubble. And I love it. We got the chips. We get to ask the questions. But Phil will be giving Sheng a question of his own here. All in with a question mark at the end of it. Would you like to call, sir? This is just lovely for Phil because we know we're going to get like 80-90% folds because Sheng's just opened 7 hands in a row now. And we know he can't just always have a hand, so we just know as Phil this is just getting through so often. Nice jam.
Small button and small and big fold.
And Sheng will be doing the same.
Yep, and it already works it out. It already knows, and out they go. $27, 3 tables of 9, blinds 15-3. Will be 2,000, 4,000 after the break. 27 to 22 is the order of the day for the players.
Queen 7 hearts for Lee. I think we cover everyone behind us, so could get behind opening this. And Paul not going to take the ducks this close to the money, I don't think. He's going to land on flat. Andre just been so card dead the last hour or so, just can't find a hand, the man. It don't really matter. We've only got to outlast 5 more opponents to lock up that min cash.
Exactly. That's what it's all about.
And should be checking here higher frequency as Lee. Theoretically, when we're talking about theory, like the boards, we don't really get many bets, cut off versus button. We play check at a very high frequency. The boards that we actually get to bet are the boards that come 9-9 or ace-ace. These are like the ones where we will have some higher frequency bets on, but the rest of them just going to be playing higher frequency checks, and a lot of them are pure checks as well, which means we just check our entire range over to the button in the cut-off. But Lee just happy to continue on the king high board and does get the deuces out of there. Maybe on the bubble with ICM risk premium of Paul really high, maybe then we do potentially get some more bets in spots where usually we'd be checking, just as the big stack applying the pressure.
Minutes to go until the end of the sesh. Chris from Gun gets out of the way. Oh, Mr. Phil. Nope.
Got the app back on now. You might have heard me make me comment, it's probably caught up now. You weren't here, you was having your snack. But when he took his hat off from an angle, you remember Ilari Sahamis?
Yes.
Absolute spit,
Really?
honestly. Absolute spit from a certain angle it was. And I said it about 20 minutes ago, and now he's just put his hat back on. So if he's watching the stream on his break, I apologise, Phil.
Andrea finds a spot.
Finally.
And look at that for a flop.
And I'll just check here, Tower, because Sheng is inclined to be aggressive. Like he is supposed to put pressure on the bubble. With his actual hand, he might just check back. But I think he'll just overdo every 10x, Jack X, 6x, 5x, and even overdoing it here with ace 3. A hand that I think is just always supposed to play check, because we've got ace high, blind on blind. Can think about showdown. That's the call.
Tick mark because there's no chop.
Notice how quickly Sheng's playing now. So he's taken a lot of time, about an hour ago, with his decisions, but maybe just recognising we want to play loads of hands approaching the money with this big stack. Get as many in as possible. People are going to be tightening up. Andrea with the nuts. I'm going to go for his value. And not an insta-fold here for Sheng. Could potentially see hero here because Andrea will have some stuff like King 10, Queen 10, suited 10-5, 6x as well, King 6, Queen 6, Jack 6, Ace 6. Like if he believes that Andrea's going to bluff some 10x, 6x, even some Jack X stuff, Jack 5 suited, Jack Deuce suited, these type of hands that have a straight draw on the flop, whether it be a gutter or an up and down, seem like could be potential bluffs, but Andrea not getting a hero from the 3. And show Sheng.
7 minutes and counting, 2 or 3 hands of this session to go. We're down to 27.
And we will not be rotating feature table, guys, as we only need to lose 5 more players, and that will be shut up shop for the day for us. From up top, won't be doing anything.
Counting to 5. Looking down, passing. And that's what we're doing. He's on the short stack, 20 bigs. He'll know the 5 off the money.
And Chris, 6, 7 of hearts. Is he thinking about the money bubble, or is he going to defend? Still defend here versus 2.5x, even this close to the money. As Chris got a beautiful looking hand versus a button open. But what we've seen from Chris so far, don't think he is going to defend tower. I just got a funny feeling this 6, 7 of hearts is going to hit the muck from the big blind. But no, good to see.
No, we want to see a flop. 15 bigs. Flop a king 9, 6, 2 clubs. Option on Chris, bomb pair. Just check Andrea with the unders. About 10k.
Now, tough for Chris. We don't have bottom pair, but this 10k, a quarter of our stack, 5 off the money. And then what do we do versus a turn barrel unimproved? Are we just always folding? If we assess that now, probably better to just let it go. I know we can see he's got the best hand, but we're just going to be in a lot of awkward spots on the turn, and I think perfectly fine to let the bottom pair go there. As Chris,
could we jam?
I don't think we get to on the bubble tower. Like, we're not obviously pure bubble, but we're 5 spots off the money. Like, in terms of time, we're probably like 40 minutes away.
So we're doing nothing. Discounting to a few. Slowing it down slightly. Might not want to put any big blinds in, but what he should do is get the blinds in when they're 2-15-3, because in next hand, after the break, will be 2-4. So he should get them in the muck as quickly as he can, and then make the next hand the last one.
Will this be the last hand? Mukhtar in with a limp.
This could be.
All aboard.
Getting ready for the break. Expecting this to be the final hand.
It's all aboard the limp train.
It is.
4 runners. Calling at Flopsville. It's Jack 8-4.
Whiffs everybody with Mukhtar. We can't see what Mukhtar has.
Everyone assumes this is going to be the last hand, and they are probably right, unless this goes back fold
and crashes dealing.
Check. Looks like Dragos is the man that's going to take initiative with the 9 high. Just stabs for 2/3 pot. Will most certainly be the last hand now, guys, and we are going to be back at 9:45 with the bubble coverage, closing up shop for the day, and it goes fold. Chris will fold as well. We're on a 15-minute break. We will see you in 15 minutes.
See you soon.
That he might choose to raise on the turn and not the flop is because this is a board that the button's going to miss a lot, actually, because he's opening 50% of hands. But he decides to raise right now, and the button should continue with a call most of the time. He's not going anywhere with ace-jack. If he raises again, the big blind's probably going to fold his bluffs and continue with hands that beat ace-jack, so ace-jack just calls. And then the turn is the king of diamonds, which is a spicy card because, okay, the big blind has a set, but now flushes are possible for both players. So considering they're both big stacks deep in a tournament, they should try to check at some point this hand and not put all the money in the middle, because if all the money flies in here, probably it's going to be a flush. So a set is happy, but not that much. Should keep betting though, which Remy does. Now that a flush is possible, as I said, it's a disaster if all the money goes into the middle. So pocket 5 should keep betting his hand for value, but if it was a king of spades, for example, he could go for a very big bet sizing, but since it's the king of diamonds, I don't expect the button to go anywhere. He's probably gonna call here and see the river and then reevaluate on the river. The button actually decides an interesting approach, which is a raise. I don't mind this play as much because it kind of stuns the big blind. If the button just calls, the big blind can keep betting. Ace-Jack can still be good here and take value from some flush draws, and some combo draws in general. And weaker Ace-X, I mean, it's very reasonable for the big blind to have a hand like Ace-10, for example. I do like the raise in the sense that the button can check back the river. And a call is also perfectly fine. So I think the EV of both options here is going to be similar. It really depends on how you're going to navigate on the rivers, if you're going to have the discipline to fold, if you face another bet and that kind of stuff, if you are on the button. So I don't mind the raise here, and I think it's a perfectly reasonable play. The big blind checks on the river. The river is a deuce of diamonds, which is an awful card for both of them. I mean, it's a 4 flush board now. The big blind has more flushes than the button, but the button does have a lot of flushes himself. So both players have a lot of flushes here, and I would expect both of them to check and take their hands to showdown, but Laurila thinks different. He actually, wow, bets a very, very, very big bet. Wow, that is a very aggressive line. I mean, Laurila probably realized that his Ace-Jack didn't have showdown value. There was a 4 flush there, and I mean, these guys are playing together for a long time, and he decided to put the pressure, and he got the snap fold from the set, which is reasonable because this is not a spot that we expect big stack versus big stack to put a lot of money in with a lot of bluffs. The part of the range that is beat by pocket fives is likely checking back on the river on the 4 flush, 3 straight cards. So this was a very creative play from Laurila. I wouldn't personally do it, but I mean, this is a good show that when you're deep in tournaments and you have a good read on your opponent, you can just go with your read and win a very big pot. So Laurila ended up being very creative and aggressive, and if I'm not mistaken, he ended up winning the whole thing. So sometimes you can just be creative and aggressive and trust your read, and good things will happen. So let us know what you think in the comments below. Would you have just called the turn in position? Would you have found this bluff on the river? I think this is a very interesting hand, and I want to know your opinion. I'm Alexandre Mantovani with 888 Poker. See you guys on the next one.
Hey guys, EC22 here in the wonderful city of Barcelona for 888 Live, and I am joined by the wonderful Lucia Navarro.
Hello, guys.
You've had a lovely week here in Barcelona, haven't you? Not just the city, but the poker, always.
That's true. I did very well. I think a bit better than you.
I mean, that is not the bar, but yes, you did do a bit better than me. And it's not just Lucia that's had a great week. We've been speaking to some of the players here at 888 Live in Barcelona for their experience in the main event. So let's go and head in and see what they had to say. So this is Yanis. He's originally from Latvia, but he's lived in Ireland for the last 20 years.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
How does this stand out compared to other poker events you've been to?
I'm actually never play live.
Yeah.
So it's my first experience with that.
Having this been your first live event, you might want to go to more. Where would you go?
So when I came here, I think this be maybe my first and last. Now when I'm in, I understood I want more.
You want more?
Yeah, yeah.
Estamos aquí con Pedro, más conocido como Muñeco, y es el ganador del circuito nacional de España. ¿Se hace difícil jugar al póker en una ciudad costera?
No, difícil no, porque siempre cogemos algún día libre para salir a la playa o a pasear o lo que sea.
¿Qué tal es la experiencia de jugar un evento de 888 Poker Live?
Hombre, la experiencia es muy buena, la verdad, y el ambiente que hay en el 888 Poker, pues es maravilloso, la verdad.
So obviously you're mainly here to play some poker. What is it specifically about 888 Barcelona? Because you've been here now 2 years in a row, is it?
Yep, 2 years in a row.
What makes you come back?
The range of binds are really good, and you have the balance between like turbo and kind of like the longer structures, depending on your game. And I think also for me, the venue here in Barcelona is like the best in terms of any other poker tournament I've been to. You can just obviously tell your bad beat story and then just go take your shirt off. What's better than that?
Estamos aquí con Albert Grané, que, bueno, ambos hemos conseguido entrar en premios.
Sí, ¿qué tal?
Vamos,
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo
a mí me ha
estamos?
costado un poco más, pero tú vas bastante bien, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, hemos atizado un poquillo. La gente nos enteraba mucho e intentábamos abrir y, bueno, hemos robado un poquito. Así que bien, bastante bien.
¿Qué diferencia encuentras en los eventos de España en relación a otros países?
Bueno, en Casino Barcelona ya tiene un largo trayecto de, pues, bueno, de muchos torneos y tal. Es de los, yo diría, de los mejores del mundo. Lo que te puedo asegurar es que aquí las cosas se hacen bien.
En el evento del año pasado, el mismo de Barcelona, viniste a la mesa final disfrazado de Rambo.
Correcto.
¿Este año tienes pensado algún disfraz en caso de llegar?
Sí, es secreto y ya lo tengo.
Una pista.
No, porque si no será para otro evento. No. Entonces, prefiero no decirlo.
Estamos aquí con Josep Valls.
Sí.
Y bueno, ¿qué te ha parecido el evento este año aquí de 888 Poker?
Muy bien, la estructura está bien, el feel bueno también, viene mucha gente más profesionales y más gente recreacionales. Y nada, me ha gustado y además como han ido saliendo las cosas, pues aún lo he disfrutado más, ¿no?
Y bueno, ¿recomiendas a la gente que venga a jugar el evento de 888 Poker?
Sí, está muy bien,
¿Sí?
está muy bien. Buen buy-in, un buy-in que no es muy alto, no es muy bajo, se genera buen price pool y está muy bien el feel, la verdad.
¿Y qué te parece el ambiente? ¿Te ha gustado?
Sí, también.
Sí, lo pasamos
Perfecto.
bien por aquí.
Sí, está divertido.
Oh, José, ven.
¿Qué pasa?
Oh, hemos tenido suerte. Tenemos aquí a José Criado, más conocido como JJ, que es otro finalista de la mesa final. Bueno, ¿qué tal te ha parecido el torneo?
Bien, la verdad que no esperaba que hubiese tanta gente, o sea, bastantes buying y la verdad que me ha sorprendido. O sea, hay bastante on top y está bastante bien.
Está muy bien. ¿La estructura te gusta también?
Sí, una estructura buena, el día 3 es 1 hora y está, la verdad que...
Muy bien, ¿no? Muy jugable. Y bueno, ¿es el primer evento de 888 Poker que juegas o habías jugado en otros antes?
El primero. De 888 Live, el primero.
El primero. ¿Y qué, repites?
Sí, sin duda. O sea, ya siguiéndolo a tope porque me gusta mucho la estructura. Como digo, muy buen ambiente, gente de toda Europa y bastante bien, la verdad.
So that's what the players think of their experience here at A-State Live Barcelona. And now that we're both finished with the poker, Lucia Navarro, what should we do?
I think we could enjoy our ice creams here, and then in a bit, we should go to the Sagrada Familia because one of the players told me we cannot miss it.
We're going to go and do some sightseeing, and we'll see you on the next one.
Bye.
Some say the perfect game doesn't exist, but we beg to differ. Step inside our world and see what the A-State Poker experience is all about. It might just surprise you. Whether you're at home, on the run, or in the middle of an adventure, you'll always have a seat at our tables. Discover the thrill of A-State Poker on mobile or PC and find the perfect game for you, wherever life takes you. A-State Poker, made to play.
Have you ever wondered how some players consistently win at sit-and-goes? I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 tips for crushing sit-and-goes. Tight is right. Your goal with sit-and-goes is finishing the top 1/3 of the field, and 9 max, that's top 3, and 6 max, that's top 2. Achieving this goal means playing a tight pre-flop strategy and avoiding unnecessary confrontation, so you give yourself a better chance to finish in the top 1/3 of the players. Know the payout structure. When playing sit-and-goes, it's important to pay attention to payout structures, as they can drastically impact your ranges. In 6 max, 3-handed would mean you're on the bubble, and the next person out receives nothing. Payouts there are 70, 30, 0. In 9 max, the bubble occurs with 4 left. Payouts there are 50, 30, 20, 0. It's important to recognize the difference between each potential ladder. In the previous examples, there were 3 pay jumps, 10, 20, and 30%. Our ranges will be different in each spot because the risk of busting the tournament is worth different amounts of equity. Understand how to play push-fold. As the blinds go up in a sit-and-go, stacks get shallower, and ultimately the game often turns into push-fold, where the majority of your decisions are simply boiled down to, should I go all in, or should I fold? Many players think this is all luck, but there's actually a ton of skill involved that centers around push-fold. It's not only about how good your hand is, but how often your opponent folds. The more they fold, the more hands you can shove, as you're more likely to win the pot without showdown. There are many programs you can use to calculate exact ranges based on your hand and opponent's tendencies. Study these so you're prepared when you find yourself in these situations. Bubble play. The bubble is arguably the highest equity spot in a sit and go. At that point, you'll be in one of three situations: short stack, middle stack, or chip leader. If you're the short stack, the good news is that you have the least amount of equity and can play a bit looser. You still want to make the money, but realize you're more likely the next one out, so you're freer to take risks and try to get yourself in a better position to cash. Congrats if you've chipped up to a middle stack. Your prize is discomfort. You've got to play tighter now because other players at the table are more likely to be forced into an all-in confrontation, which would allow you to make the money. If you're the chip leader, well, this is where the fun begins. As chip leader, you'll want to put pressure on the other stacks, specifically the middle ones who realize what's at stake. In the right circumstances, you can add a significant amount of chips to your stack by bullying the table. Volume. I was a professional sit-and-go player for more than half a decade. Take a wild guess how many sit-and-goes I've played in my lifetime. The answer? 287,000. Playing multiple tables at once can help you put in this volume. When I started out, I was one-tabling, and ultimately got up to playing 35 tables at a time. My advice for anyone trying to add tables would be to do it slowly, perhaps at a lower than normal buy-in, and get comfortable with the speed required to make the decisions and click the buttons before adding more. So there you have it, the foundations of a solid sit-and-go strategy. With a good understanding of these concepts and plenty of practice, you can start to crush multiple tables at a time and develop a solid win rate. What part of sit-and-go strategy do you struggle with the most? Let me know in the comments below.
Tonight we're playing a sit and go. This is gonna be my third tournament and, well, I hope gods will be on my side.
Welcome to Barcelona for the 888 Poker Influencer Sit and Go. We've got an all-star cast. 4 poker pros take on 2 chess influencers, Dina and Alex. Let's go.
Never before I experienced a poker tournament. That's why I'm very excited and nervous at the same time. They say
Is this the level or session? I'm guessing session. To get down to 22 from 27.
Well, it should be the session.
Yes.
4K, 5K, 6K, 8K. I doubt we'd reach the 8K level.
Yeah, the 8K level would be after the next break in 2 hours' time. So here we go. 26. I'm there.
We lost Dave McConaughey on an outer table just before we
hand.
went on break.
Okay. So 26 down to 22, so 4 off. Stopping for the night. There will be a 3-table bubble.
Queen 10 suited for Lee will open.
Which it does. Is that all in triangle?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Sheng's just trying to abuse this bubble, but Lee's got 40 plus bigs. There's abuse, and then there's this tower. God, just rips the lot in. Applying maximum pressure as Sheng Shu. We saw it just before the break. He was getting a bit fruity, but ace-9 off for 40 effective of Lee. Have some of that. And if Lee's got ace-queen there, he probably folds. If he's got ace-king, he's in a horrible spot. It's just a power poker on the bubble.
On to the next. There's the aggression already shown in this session.
I'm looking forward to this tower, and that's the precedent that he's set firsthand. I feel like he's going to be any two cards.
The aggressor, completely.
Just give Sheng 7 deuce off, just so I can get an idea if it's any two cards or not. Well, king 3 off, same idea. Such a lovely spot tower on the bubble when you have chips and no one's really doing anything against you, and you can just have a field day, open whatever you want, do whatever you want, and people are just overfolding so much it don't really matter. I'd love to see Chris jam here though. Don't think he'll take it, but as I say, like when you've got someone opening close to any two cards, like when we have an ace blocker, when we have a king blocker, it's very good to just move all in at these stack depths, because Sheng Shu's going to have like so many folds. Like we probably get called like 15% of the time of the hands that he opens. Probably only like 15 to 10% are going to be able to call. So we just get so many folds in there. So when we got a blocker like ace-9 off there, could have been a potential spot to take. And Phil not even defending the king-9, not wanting to battle with Sheng.
80 bigs. Double stack of Lee White. 4 spots from stopping, 4 off the money. Bag up and come back tomorrow. 22 plus 26. That makes
48.
48. 48 down to a winner tomorrow. $48 down to a winner, starting at the level, halfway through the level of 2-4.
Ace jack here for Paul, just make it 2 BBs. Don't want to be open sending. Go slightly larger, 2.5x. Is he going to do it again? The ace-9 off? No, he's just going to go for 3-bet. I'm loving this from Sheng Tao though. This is how you want to play the big stack on the bubble. This is a great lesson, if you like. And size is terrific here as well. Just giving ourselves some room to fold if Paul does jam. And now Paul with the ace-jack off. Just horrible spot and probably will let it go, not wanting to be out in 26th. But he does want to have a look at the flop.
So off we go.
Problem with this tower, we now put 40% of our stack in as Paul. The times that we don't hit something, well, he has flopped the flush draw with the Jack of Diamonds.
The exchange you could just continue, so it's kept it really small. Nearly a lot bigger with Paul's stack size behind the line.
Yeah, that's why he's gone so small tower, because we want to like potentially still be able to win this on a later street when Paul calls on the flop. 6 of clubs on the turn, and does go for the second bit of aggression on the turn, and just a snap fold from Paul with the ace jack, and now Paul down to 31k.
8 bigs. Chris Goodson, 10 bigs.
No, I had it. I know you did. No, I know.
$26 stop at 22, but there will be a bubble at 23. And there's enough. It doesn't seem as the aggressor, but it does get hands. Chris can't do anything with the 095. There we go.
Yeah, agree, Gully. I think flat is the last option there of ace jack. Either 4-bet jam or just fold. And as well, I know it's only nitpicky, but just make it 8k as well. Don't need to go 2.5x as Paul.
King high flop. Whiffs them all. King 4-7.
And Sheng, I'm assuming, is just going to continue with the aggression. A board that we will have a lot of bets on anyway, even three-way. As the aggressor, King high as the opener. Does continue for 6k. Not much either can do here, Tower. Should go fold. Lee wanting to battle. He's wanting to battle here, Tower. And trying to make a stand, recognising that Sheng is getting after it here, making it 21k. But one thing I will say, Sheng, if you really think about that there, if Lee has got a strong hand, would he not just call and let us barrel off the way we're playing? Which is kind of interesting. But just with the snap fold with the ace jack, lets Lee take it. Lee battling back on the bubble against the big stack.
Any action on the outer tables, you will see it on the stream. We're on 26. Mine's a 2-4. Sheng raising to 8 again. They must all just think they're being bullied.
Well, they know. They know. The thing is, on the bubble in these situations, you know what's happening, but you can't do anything. That's the problem. Like when we have this stack, and I always say the way to look at it, don't look at it as like a min cash. Look at it as like a ladder. We don't know what the min cash is going to be yet, but it's probably going to be around £1,000. You're not going to get £1,000 ladder till you're at the final table. So the risk premium is so high that it's so. What word am I looking for? Imperative.
Okay.
I got there.
Nice one.
That you make the money. I knew the word was there. Long day. But just imperative that you make the money when you've got one of these stacks that like 15 to 25 bigs. Like we have to take some hands, obviously the top end, but it's just so important that we veer on the right side. And you just have to lay down and take it. And Lee is not doing that. He does have a few more chips than anyone else, so is battling with the chip leader.
Queen high flop, queen 2-6. Cristero man just come to join us watching on Poker TV on 888. Good evening, wherever you may be. Flops checked. Better 15 from Sheng Shu. On the 5 of clubs turn. Boy, he's made the call. Floating with the ace-8. I've got the best of it here, he says. And 3 of clubs for the back door. Just the pressure from Sheng. Just going to make Lee with the best of it, get out of the way.
Yeah, and this is like a bad spot because Sheng can have a 4 here. It's not a +1 true opening range on the bubble. He's going to open Queen 4, Jack 4, King 4, Ace 4, 4-5 suited, 4-6 suited, 4-3 suited. There's like countless 4x now in there for the chip leader. So can't hero with ace-8 high there as Lee.
I've got only satellites for comments is 888. In the club on the same week, Tuesday. I'm not too sure about the Monday, but definitely the Tuesday.
That's weird. Great stream as always, coming back with probably the lowest stack, 38k tomorrow. Any advice? Well, you got 9 bigs.
And you're in the money.
You're in the money, so you don't need to worry about any stalling or anything like that. Just play your stack. If you studied, you know what hands you should be shoving from 9 big blinds. If you get to the point where you're just card dead and you play an orbit, you're going to have like 6.5 big blinds, and then when you're under the gun, you're going to need to shove slightly wider because you won't want to go through the blinds again. If you get to that point when you got like 6.5, if you get an orbit and not getting a hand to shove, And then when you're next under the gun, you're going to need to shove a lot wider than what you would shove from different positions for that amount, if that makes sense. But just play your 9BB stack. You can defend very wide out the big, off of 9 bigs. Any suited hand's fine. So if there's an open, you're in the big with 9. Defending any 2 suited cards going to be fine. You can defend stuff like 5-6 off. You can defend stuff like 7-5 off because we can play some stop and goes. But that's basically it. Obviously on the button, going to be really wide, folded to us, lots of shoves. Same with the cut off. Under the gun, even off of 9, if you wanted to, you could play 2 BBs. But if you're unaware of like what we should be doing post on certain flops, then just play jam, ignore that. But that's basically all I can give you for advice, Baswit. But good luck tomorrow. May see you on the feature. Hope you spin it up.
And well done indeed for making day 2, because it's not easy.
At least he done it.
Well, yeah, blind squirrels and all that.
And like just for some post flop stuff, that's where if you're in the big and you do have a hand that you want to defend off of 9 or even 8 or even 7, basically hands we want to go with anytime we catch a pair, we're just going to want to be all in. If we flop an up and down or a flush draw, we're just going to want to be all in. And we can also start going with some gut shots that contain an overcard or 2 overcards. So something like 10-8 on 6-7-3, we can donk jam that perfectly fine. Something like, let's say, we defend 10-6 suited and it comes 9-7 deuce 1 heart, we can donk jam that perfectly fine. So that's sort of what you're looking for if you're defending off that tiny stack out the big. These are sort of the hands we want to happily get it in at that stack depth, because we're going to be playing close to 1 SPR. So fine to go with any pair, fine to go with any up and down, any flush drawing, and we can also go with some gut shots overcard or gut shot 2 overcard hands. The Mukhtar.
The Mukhtar. Oh yeah, calling me 9-8 to the small.
Yeah, I would have just folded here because I just know
there's a raise coming.
Yep.
You're never going to see a flop.
You're never going to see a flop here. Sheng's just going to raise any 2 cards.
And we're just leaking chips.
It's only a small, half a big, but
not very often the cheerleader's going to let you see a free flop.
Especially at this stage.
Yep.
Looking like it's going to be going on a while. 20 minutes into this session now.
No hands on the outer tables.
Yeah, we're not lost one yet. 20 minutes into the session, and we were on 27 players at 10-9. So just 1 player we've lost in that time, Dave McConaughey. It seems like September on Stream Tower is just
it's just been one of those.
Just one of those. Just everything's prolonged longer than usual. It's the month of the short stack, always doubling.
If you're a shorty, get it in.
In September.
Because you're going to win. We know you're going to win, because it's just the way it's been. You've been watching the streams on a regular basis, you'll have seen it. What did we do last week? 7 hours of heads up?
Yeah, 7 hours of heads up. It's been a mad month, Tar, like an anomaly that we'll probably never see again. How long some have lasted.
7 hours of heads up battles already on the streams. Just amazing.
So we've just gone past the point of where the other leg finished, so we'll definitely be coming back tomorrow at 2K, 4K at around this point now. So this is roundabouts where we'll be starting off tomorrow in terms of blind level. Joe opens the pocket fives from +1. This is pretty wild from Joe Tower. This is kind of loose.
I know every now and again you like to see a flat, but with 31k and 8 bigs.
Yeah, on this close to the money, just all in here is Chris and Joe punish for the loose open here. Like, we wouldn't open it, Tower, but it's like, I'd ask Joe this question: would you open King Deuce off here, or would you open an offsuit King? And he'd say no. And that hand's actually a much better open than this hand at this stage, because we have the removal. We're blocking bad hands with fives, we're unblocking good hands, and we're sitting with 20, we're comfortable. We don't really need to play a pot 4 off the money with a hand as marginal as this. And now it's only just shy of 9 big blind shove, and we put 2 bigs in the middle, but doubt Joe is going to call off, because Chris got to be super nutted here with a shove from the big blind. Once especially because we should be really strong in terms of range as well. But I think a bit of a misstep here with the fives. Personally, just think we have to fold when we have 20 bigs, 4 off the money from +1 full ring.
Makes a call with fives.
Like chip EV, yeah, we'd have to call. We got a pair, we've invested 2, it's 8 big blind shove, but this is a different scenario. ICM is real.
Even if you're just flipping, you're still putting your chips at risk.
4 off the money, but it's going to bring him right into a danger zone now, Tower. Like, he's going to have 12 bigs after this hand. Oh my word! Well, it's set over set on the flop.
Man. Just the one out. Wowzers. Flop, set, flopped, set. And now Chris gets up to 77 now on 20 bigs, and Joe's in the danger zone.
Yeah, and
just 12.
Just so important, guys. If you are looking to play some tournament poker, play more, play it for a living, whatever, the pre-flop fundamentals is where you need to start, because it's just the foundation of a poker hand pre-flop. You start making little missteps pre-flops, they can lead to bigger mistakes down the streets. And I always say you need to sort of understand at this stage especially how ranges are going to change. We're not going to play like we're playing in level 1. Level 1, yeah, for sure, open fives +1. Off a 20, 4 off the money. Got to hit the bin.
Got to hit the bin.
And it happens at a poker table. Like, everyone makes mistakes. Even the best players make mistakes and missteps all the time. And the important thing, great example, like the other half, she's gone and played Hill Street today.
Yep.
Been playing a lot of poker the last 2 years. And I'll be honest, I'm brutally harsh on her. She'll send me a hand and I'll go to her, what are you doing? That's terrible. I literally do. I go, what are you up to? That's terrible. But I only do it because she never makes that mistake again, Tower.
Yeah.
Like, there's certain things like she'll send me now, and like it's never a repeat of a mistake she's made before, because now she's eradicated that from her game, because I've been harsh on her, but she's learning from it, and now she don't make that mistake in the future. And then slowly she keeps improving. Each tournament she plays, each cash game she plays, she's getting better and better, and just eradicating little mistake here, and then eventually it will just all come together. Well, I'm hoping it will all come together for her. But it's perfectly fine. you'll see an interview of me in the tower come out in a couple of weeks. Tower done a little interview of me, and I'll talk about it as well. When I started just making so many mistakes, thinking I'm playing good, but I wasn't actually playing good till you go away and you look at the hands, and it happens. But the thing is, just try not to make them again.
So you can't watch that while you're on this table.
Numbers pretty decent in Birmingham as well.
Yep.
You're gonna hit the money. You're gonna hit the guarantee tomorrow with the turbo. Blackpool will need about 90 runners tomorrow to hit the guarantee. They should do it. There was 163 in the turbo last 25-50 they had. So that should get hit as well.
Come on, the Mukhtar. Let's find a hand. Queen 5 of hearts not going to qualify.
Nope. No action that time. Paul Aldridge on 7 bigs. Mukhtar on 11. Joe Benchade on 13. They're a risk. And there'll be some short stacks on the outer tables as well. Flo said she was fetching the teas. Where's the tea, Flo? She'll be on her way soon. More fruit.
A bit more fruit, why not? Get us through the day.
Absolutely.
These are nice, these are, these cherries, to be fair.
Yeah. Tasty.
Minutes into the sesh, still waiting to lose one. Things have caged up across the floor.
Mukhtar looks down on Jack 10. Mike Lennon, your favourite dealer, big up. Met him at Munchies. Everyone in Reading should go there for breakfast. We'll have to find out where it is. Might get up in the morning.
Shall we get breakfast in the hotel?
No.
And Andre's going to be getting sick of this man. I feel like eventually someone's going to cram tower and make a stand, but I don't think Andrea's going to be the man to do it. If anything, Lee's already made a stand with the Queen 10 hand. He's going to fold this one. Can't do anything facing the free bet. Andre going to call. Andrea wants to see a flop with the King Jack of clubs. Out of position to the man that is getting after it.
Mr. Sheng Shu.
Is that 30k from Sheng Shu?
Yep.
That is big.
30 into 48.
Like, if Andrea jammed here, I know we can see he's not going to, but if he did jam, we'd then be getting nearly 5 to 1 on a call with 2 to come. Sheng putting on a bubble masterclass at the moment.
It's an 8-minute walk from our hotel. These munchies. That's 8 minutes too long for you.
Can you check how far it is in an Uber? how long in an Uber?
It's an 8-minute walk. Out the hotel, turn left.
Out the hotel, turn left, carry on.
8 minutes. And it opens at 7 AM.
No, I'll probably be in bed just before that. Probably just missed me. 7 AM.
So very quiet at the minute. We have not lost a player for an hour and a half. 4 off, stopping for the day. 90 minutes ago we were on 26 and we are still on 26. No action. We have a few shorties on our table, but there'll be short stacks around the room. Baker likes to wander around. He gets his steps in playing poker, doesn't he, on film?
I think it's more bubble scouting tower. I think that's what this is from Phil, just looking around for short stacks, which you should be doing.
Yep.
Sign of a good player, that. Someone that gets up when they're short and has a little wander around, check stacks on the bubble, see what's occurring, see who's short, see who's what tables potentially not got any short stacks. It's something that needs to be done in live.
Yep, yeah, 16 bigs.
Can't just click like on online and see all the stacks to the right of your screen. It depends, Mike. You only come in if they serve breakfast. Depends.
The grand final is in Luton.
I'm sure they'll have breakfast on for the grand final in Luton. They must do. We'll find out, but we've got to get Mike Leonard his breakfast if we want him attending the grand final.
I would look on Google Maps or whatever your preference is for searching food places in Luton. There are quite a few in the square. Depends what you like, but there are quite a few, and there's a couple of pubs that open early as well for breakfasts. You've plenty of options, I must admit, Mike. Within less than a 5-minute walk from the casino. Just down into the square. There's a lovely Asian coffee shop. But I did make the mistake of having a coffee with condensed milk last year. It felt like it got like you know the Scottish tablets that we refuse to eat.
Yep.
It was like that in liquid form. It was interesting. Anybody in Luton help Mike Leonard out for breakfast recommendations?
Anyone live in Luton to get Mike Leonard to the grand final because he needs breakfast? Can you put him up for a few nights, do a bit of bed and breakfast for him and send him on his way to the casino?
The Red Lion, they do breakfast. That's as good as it gets, the Red Lion.
They also do karaoke on a Wednesday night.
Oh, yes.
Just go ahead. Have a nice Saturday night, yeah?
Still on 26. 22 is when we stop. Interesting watching this format down to 15%. Totally different. When you have a bubble every day, totally different to the normal ones where you play a certain number of levels and come back for a day two. It's all about putting chips in a bag. So the first all in for a long time, and Sheng Tzu from the gun. Paul with 12,500. Flops an ace, and he's doubling up unless there's a 3 for a chop. Don't put a 3 out there. Please. And it's not. So Paul doubles to 35,000. Mukhtar now short stack as Paul doubles up. Blinds are now up. The White House pub near Nando's opens at 8 AM. It's a Wetherspoons. Yes, it is. Straight across the paved area, all the way down near the Thistle Hotel. I'll tell you what, if you're anywhere near in Luton, if you're anywhere near the Hampton Hilton, which is on the way to the airport, near the train line, if you stay there or you're close by there, if you're not staying there, because they do a decent buffet breakfast in there with the price of a hotel room, if not, there's a little van outside, literally in the say about 20 yards from the door of the Hilton Hampton, and they do a cracking box breakfast, and it's not expensive at all, and they do all kinds of different stuff. Actually very, very good if you're coming in that way. It is on the grounds of the Hilton Hampton, so that would be one to recommend. Still on 26, down to 22. I said it would be about 11:15. That's what I said this morning. So we will see. Dragos with a 9 deuce. Joe gets out of the way with the blinds now at 2.5, 5. What will the day 2 blinds start at? The blinds, they'll start at 2,000, 4,000. I'm not sure exactly what point during 2-4, but 2-4 it was the earliest finish. So I don't know how long they were through it, but we'll soon find out. We'll find out tomorrow. But 2,000, 4,000 they get rolled back to. And 48 players are coming back, we know that. 26 from the earlier flights and 22 from today. So 48 starting at 2-4 during that level, and then we play down to a winner sometime tomorrow. Great cup of tea.
That was a good cup of tea I made. Nice colour then.
Great cup of tea.
So, whole level, guys, not lost a single player since coming back from the break. We've still got to lose 4.
Yep. TheHut.com. Do you think that's a real domain?
The Hut.
TheHut.com.
I reckon it is, but I'm not going to type it in. So ace jack suited for Paul. 7 bigs into the middle. We'll get it through. May open jam. Yep, very nice from Sheng. Just an open send here. Covering all the stacks behind. I think it's only 20 effective, the biggest stack. Chris out the way. Oh, and Dragos. Ace Queen in the small blind.
Not been involved at all since we come back, but now can be
and it's one of these situations. You know you're going to be in front, but you know that Sheng is kind of like satellite strat tower. Like in satellites, we don't really like calling ace king ace queen because our opponents will have like any 2 cards as a shove range. And ace king and ace queen don't actually perform too well against any 2. Obviously going to be in front equity wise against entire range, but it's better to call stuff like 9s, 10s, jacks, because against any 2 obviously they can have undercards, and then equity wise we're just going to have them crushed. So Dragos out the way. We're over to a feature table. We finally have an all in and call.
Wowzers.
And it's Luke Mantok who is all in. That's a big old shove. That's 80k. He's shoved into the middle with Jack 10. It is Jack 10 of diamonds. And Tim Wright calls with the 10s. Not looking good for Luke.
Well, they need to hit a jack. And we
do not, so we finally lose one. Luke Mantok out in 26th, over to the other table.
What they all been doing for the last hour and a half.
So we got James Williams, who's made it 80k with 20k back, and thought it was an all-in. Tu Vuong exposed his hand, thinking James was all in. James now puts the rest of his stack into the middle. It's going to get called, and it's an ace high board, and it's ace king for James Williams. He's just got a fade. A 9 here, and only a 9, and does exactly that. So we have a bust out and a double up. 25 remain as we come back to the feature table, and
Mukhtar's in.
Is now all in. Ace 8 of spades.
There's been an initial raise as well from Lee Wang. He's not folding this for 33 total.
Of course he is not. So down to 25.
No, Mukhtar's at risk.
Oh, what a grim spot for Phil. With pocket 10s here. And Phil has decided
Yeah.
10's too good and going to run it for his 12 BBs. Lee will now be able to get out the way.
Oh, don't stand up yet, Mukhtar. We've still got Lee Wang to act. He knows you've not got aces. Ace 8 Mukhtar, ace 9 in the bin. 10s for Phil Baker. Is this the end of the fans' favourite? I'm not too sure 10s against ace 8's a fair fight, Phil.
Well, it's fair now.
Whoa, it is now.
Flipping.
Now it's a fair fight.
And it's black, but wrong suit.
Yep, an ace or spades needed. And it's not, it's still a black card, but it's not. It's the 9 of clubs. Mukhtar has just bust out 2 off the money.
So Mukhtar out in 25th, so when we lose one more, we will be going hand for hand, guys. Didn't lose one in well over an hour, and 2 gone within 2 minutes of each other.
Unlucky Mukhtar. Good battle, but 2 spots off the money. Damn. Won't be doing anything with those. Just counting to 20 in his Eid. There's all in, says Andre with ace queen suited.
One that just has to go, even on the bubble. 2 good a hand. Off a 10.
Phil King Jack off. Looks down at 100k, not done anything with that. Now he's doubled up.
And Lee can't call the
No,
8
third
9
of his
clubs.
stack. Third of his stack.
Wait for a better spot, yeah?
We don't know. Don't know what the min cash is until tomorrow morning. The prize pool is about 155,000. All payouts as soon as we start tomorrow. All we do know is that when we get to 22, everybody's in the money. That's all we know.
Yeah, still need to lose 2 more. We've got to have hand for hand as well, which sometimes can last a while. Sheng just going to continue the assault. Ace 8 just says I'm all in. Just abuse on the bubble from Sheng. And over to Paul in the big blind.
Falling to call, he'll think about it for 10 and then get out of the way.
But we do have some ongoings.
Oh, here we go.
Jagar Patel with Queen 10, Gareth McGee with 8-9. It's a caller, straight versus 2 pair.
5-10 Queen Jack. Wowzers.
All in on the turn, Queen or 10 needed.
And it's not, it's a 5.
So we lose one in 24th, and you know what they say, Tower.
What do they say, Jake?
Close, but no Jagar.
No.
Out in 24th.
Oh, he's been waiting all
Back
day.
to the feature table. We are hand for hand. We're on the bubble.
Ouch.
Well, deck had been riffled, so we will deal one more hand on the feature before we go hand for hand. There's Jagar coming over to tell his friend. He's just busted.
He's telling him he's close.
It was close. He was 2 off the money.
Very close.
And Sheng, ace-9, just continues to open jam. And look at Sheng, gone from 300k to 420k on this bubble tower. Chipped up terrifically, and Andre are going to get out of the way. And that is when the floor should announce that we are hand for hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're end for end. There you go, that's what Joe has just announced.
Dealers, do not deal a hand until I instruct you to. Anyone bagging up what they do will be in the money. Even if we lose multiple players during this hand for hand, you have to bag up the
So there we go. Joe has just told everybody, keep your cards face down if there's an all in the call. If you bag chips, you are in the money. We don't pause the clock. Hand for hand, you don't need to tank.
Yeah, no one's going to be opening into this man's big blind, I can assure you of that, on the stone bubble.
Yep.
Especially when they know as well blinds get rolled back to the 4K.
So there, no action on our table. Wow, all three tables, no action. Looks like everybody just folded all the way around there. On to the next.
Dragos opening. Have to open this still, especially nice because Cheng's in the small blind as well, Tao, which is nice for us. The position that he's less inclined to do anything in. 8 deuce off, surely not. Just let Dragos have one, Sheng. Have a hand off, mate. eight deuce off, really?
No.
He's not going to have a hand off.
He's going to raise it up. Is it 22 and a half? Oh, just heard all in the call.
Well, hopefully
table 3
we can head out. And the great thing about hearing that, Sheng knows Dragos has heard that, so he knows that Dragos is not going to want to put it in here unless she's close to the nuts.
Well, 974. After watching Sheng Shu for 2 hours, would Dragos not have been thinking, I'm just coming over the top?
It's still hard when you're actually sat there, Tal. Just the psychological factor in your head. You don't want to bubble, and you sometimes think, what if this time he actually has it? What if he's got a hand this time and I'm out the tournament when I'm locked to get my min cash and come back tomorrow? But I hear what you're saying. Yes, like when someone's getting after it this much, it seems like Ace Jack suited seems like a very nice just 4-bet, pick up the 3-bet so often. That goes check all the way to the river, and we're probably going to see an all-in now, Tower.
Yeah, the Ace Jack.
We got an 8 in hand.
It's going to be a bit under the cosh in a minute.
And then we will be heading out to the outer table. PK there with the camera.
Look at this.
And there is the all-in. And Dragos knows that we're about to go and run an all-in and a call after he has acted. Does he really want to hero it off on the bubble with Ace Jack?
Impossible to find a call. Impossible. Loving to find it, but it's just impossible.
So let's see who it is. Off we go, guys.
And he went straight over there and says, on your backs, please.
So it's 2-1. Who is at risk? Ace Deuce off.
Ace Deuce?
Against 7-8 of spades.
Oh, how big was the all in?
100k apparently, Tower. And there's a 7 for Sergio. So needing an ace and only an ace to survive for 2-1. And does not find it. And that's a 200k pot there, and doesn't seem too fussed about bubbling. He's all smiles, but Sergio stacking plenty of chips, and that will be that, guys.
Lydia's got about 3 bigs. I saw that then. Making day 2. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. Done. Bags are on there. Everybody is there. Excuse me. They're the chip counts from today. 22 making it through. Lydia, 31. But coming back at 2-4, so 7 bigs. My bad. Nearly 8. Paul, who doubled on our table, to 35. Joe, 35. Andrea, 51. There's going to be a lot of shorties around the room as well. That's 22 through. 46 in total. So please come and join us tomorrow from 12:20, when we will have all the 46 with the chip counts before we start. With oh, morning! Welcome to day 3. No,
day 2 it would be technically, but yeah, there we are.
Justin Suey, chip leader, 576. Lydia down at the bottom of the pack, but we made the money, so well done. It's all about getting a bag and getting some chips in it. And that's what it's all about, but there's plenty of stacks under 100k.
Justin Suey at the top, he's going to be coming back with like 140 bigs.
Yeah, with the buyers rolling back to 2,000, 4,000. Don't know what level he actually finished at, but 2,000, 4,000 and some minutes to start with. 51. 420, I thought it was 26 and 22. Oh, these things. 48 all day.
You have been saying 48.
26, to me, 26 and 22 is 48. And I was pretty good at maths at school.
You was?
I've failed a little bit since, but anyway. 51 making it through to day 2. Come and join us from 12:20 when we will be crowning a champion of the main event here in Reading. Looking forward to it. Strap in your belts. You never know. Lime Ricky might be here as well, helping us out.
I think she will be here with us tomorrow.
Look forward to it. 12:20 to 1 from the team. Ta-ta.
Good night.
Like it's just what. Look at all those chips.
Because I don't see it very much. I mean, I was kind of